Thank you. Thank you for taking the time away from your jobs and from your families to be here today. Greatly appreciate that. Last year when we met, we were able to do some really good things. We established some good visions and goals, and we've completed some of them. We have the public works buildings that are going up, the sewer system office that's going up. We have Memorial Park that's going to be funded now and completed, as well as Olmsted Park with the infrastructure. So there were things like that that we have done that's been really great. And that's the idea of today. So moving forward in a cohesive manner, finding those goals and those policies that are really important to you. We are also going to be presenting to you, just because we've come through COVID and it's really changed the dynamics, not only of our society, but also the way things have operated and are happening within City Hall and within cities as a whole. So we want to address that. We want to talk about that with you. There's going to be some things that we're going to need to look at. So we know that each of you brings something really special to the council, and I'm hoping that today we can pull from that, and together we can come together and find a plan to move forward that's going to be financially, fiscally, and I think mentally healthy for all of us. So yeah, for the city. So I want to introduce to you Paul, who is going to be leading us through this process today. And Paul, do you want to give an introduction of where you come from? And
sure, yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Yeah, I'm a partner in a consulting group called the Athena Group, and I came into the picture when Charlie reached out to one of my partners, the founder of our firm, the Athena Group, because they had done some work in the past in a couple different contexts, and so we started the conversation. I have been working with cities on planning and community conversations and public engagement for quite a long time. I have a background in strategy and sort of strategic structured conversations and strategic planning, and so it felt like a good fit. And I love the communities along this corridor. I've been living in Olympia for 30 years. So yeah, that's how I got here.
So are you going to be leading us out here?
I am,
or,
yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, so we have till 4 o'clock, right, today to do a lot. There's a lot to cover here. And when we're talking about, my understanding is that part of what we're doing is going to have some strategic conversations around the future of this community and around growth. Particularly, there's a lot of stuff around what's happening externally and how it's driving changes in the city, and sort of some conversations you don't have the opportunity to have often enough. And so that's what this is about. And in there are also some likely some tensions, like, in any complex topics like this, there are different views. It's this or that. What do we do? Do we accommodate all the growth? Do we not? I mean, within that, so we might notice tensions built into the agenda some time for that. So I don't know if you've all seen just the basic via email agenda, which is basically some welcome introductions. Want to not rush that, just to sort of let us ground in the room and sort of connect around the shared values that why you care about the community. And then I'm going to do a short presentation. I've got some slides. It will be about 2 times today. I'll be providing slides. Otherwise, I'll just be having the conversation in this sort of open format. But the slides are to orient us to what I think is a structured, strategic approach to the planning and why I want to head that direction. So I'll provide a handful of slides there, and then we'll just get into it. And part of that, or a good bit of the conversation today, will be trying to see if we can emerge some natural goals that you can agree on can emerge, so you can have some alignment around that. And so we'll approach that in a way that I'll describe in my little presentation. And like I say, there'll be some time if tensions emerge, and I've got some thoughts about how to sort of take on tensions. When I think of a tension, is like it's like A or B, and often it's never just A or B. It's all kinds of stuff in between. But when we're having conversations around complex topics where there are sort of tensions between two options or 3 options, we can get lost. It just feels like we're spinning our wheels or cycling around things and never get any clarity. So if we do see some of that emerge, I've got a sort of very simple structured process for be able to take on those kinds of conversations as well. And that's about the size of it. Any questions before I bring up this little presentation slide deck?
I got one. Are we going to be in this format the entire time, or are we eventually going to sit at a table?
We're going to be doing open conversation. We're going to be in pairs at times. We're going to come back together. We might go off the tables, do maybe some work at the wall. We're going to be doing all kinds of things.
And I just want to interject here just for Sarah's sake. So she does have to pick up children, so she'll be leaving here about 2:30 to 45. Yeah.
Are you bringing the children here? No. Okay.
I think I suggested that it ended at 3. Is that correct? I heard you hold up 3 fingers. Or are we doing 4 or 3?
Well, we said 4 o'clock, but
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes. We'll check in periodically. We got 2, take a break whenever you need a break, but we have two sort of times built into the agenda for some short breaks. And then we've got a lunch. Do we have lunch? It's lunch being brought in, and then like time to eat, connect, and then if we want, we can make part of that a working lunch.
And for Chuck and I, it's important, where are the restrooms?
Right out the door to the right.
Okay.
Can't miss him. With you there.
Sorry, Chuck.
All right. Any other questions or comments before we go? All right. So what I'd like to do is just by way of, just check in. It's like one person at a time. We can go around the room, whatever. It's just sort of your name, please. How long you've been on the council? Maybe if you want, just like what is the what other roles, if you have affiliations do you have in the community that you would like to share? And then, just how are you arriving this morning? How are you showing up to this meeting? Maybe you're just like, great, maybe you've got some skepticism, maybe you're whatever you're, but so would anybody like to start? And we'll just go to your left. How does that sound? Whoever would like to start.
There we go. My name is Nick Lavaca. I've been on the council for 5 months. It's been pretty exciting experience for sure. Very excited, I guess, is my emotion for today's meeting. I think I'm optimistic and I'm looking forward to the discussion for sure. As far as community goes, it's a wonderful community. It's all outdoors. It's very green. It's very beautiful. There's a lot to do, a lot of opportunities. So it's exciting.
And any affiliations, or if you
I am a part of Pray Skagit, which is Skagit County, which is awesome. And that's we do like a national day of prayer down at the courthouse. We pray for various communities around. At times it would be nice to pray with the council, and it's always good, in my opinion, to look to God for counsel and guidance.
Thank you.
I'm Joe Burns. Been on the council for almost 5 months, I guess 4.5. I'm an auto mechanic, have been in the auto industry for almost 20 years. Got here because I just wanted to help the community. I love this city. It's such a nice place to live. Everybody's been so friendly. I want to help keep it that way. I want the 4th of July parade, the things that we do that make it feel more like a community. The parks, the outdoor activities are spectacular. Like Nick said, I don't mind the rain one bit. I'll put on the raincoat and still go for a walk. It doesn't bother me a bit. So I'm looking forward to what we can work out today and kind of get a good vision of what we all want for the city.
Also, Lions Club.
Oh, yes. I'm vice president of the Lions Club for Sedro-Woolley as well.
My name is Brendan McGoffin. I've been on the council a couple of years. I was born and raised in Sedro-Woolley, and I mostly wanted to just give back to my community. I have a 4-year-old daughter, so I'm trying to make decisions that not just impact today's Sedro-Woolley, but the future Sedro-Woolley. And I'm looking forward to hear everybody's input and feedback on where they think the vision should be.
I'm Sarah Diamond. I've been on the community council for just over a year. My ties, I have 9-year-old daughters. I too have the same situation in that I'm not looking at something short-sighted, but the long term of the city, place where they can grow and raise their own family should they choose to. My family has ties here. They started the law office here in 1965. And my children are 5th generation Sedro-Woolley. So, the family has seen changes and through growth and highs and lows through all of it. And I'm just here to be part try to make the best decisions we can with the information from us.
Joellen Cassie, and I think I've been on for 2 years now, I think. That I met. And same as Brendan and Sarah, 2 children, and I just want to see our city maintain its hometown values and not turn to Seattle.
And for either of you, any other sort of affiliations you would like to share? No need to, but it's just an invitation.
Oh, I'm in Rotary. Chamber.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
I've been a part of the Lilly programs every year for several years, coached for 20+ years. And currently I am involved in the ag community. I work in farm and ag.
Brennan? I don't know if you shared anything of those, but there's no need to, it's not a competition.
Yeah, I don't really have any.
How you doing?
Yeah.
My name is Chuck Owen, and I was born and raised in Georgia. I left Georgia in 1955. Done a tour or so in the Navy and sailed the 7 seas and enjoyed every port. I met my wife here in Sedro-Woolley, and we have 2 boys, 4 grandkids, and 14 great grandkids. So all these fellow councilmen here are probably young enough to be my grandson. So I'm the old dude with the council. I've been on it for 7 years. It's been a good ride. Hopefully things will get better, but I was here when Sedro-Woolley was a town. I mean, it was alive. I'd come down Saturday night and watch the fights, and all the loggers came to town. But I've seen it decline, and I worry about Sedro-Woolley. It's fast becoming a ghost town. It seems like everything that comes around Sedro-Woolley is pulling from the town. And I'm afraid the town is in trouble. But anyway, it's been a good place to live. It's really been a good place to raise my family. And everybody I know in Sedro-Woolley, they're really nice people. We're getting a lot of people from out of town moving into town, and they're bringing a lot of stuff that ain't good. But hopefully the council and the city can keep us on top of it. We'll be okay. I've been on the council for 8 years, or for 7 years. I was on the planning commission for 5 years. Done my time in the city, and this term runs out, I'm done. But it's really a nice town, and it's a good place to live. I don't know of any place.
Thank you.
I'm Julia Johnson. I'm 4th generation. I, like Chuck, lived here when it was a very vibrant community. We had a lot of businesses and major industry here where people actually came to Sedro-Woolley to work rather than now they go out of Sedro-Woolley to work. The majority of them do. But I have a master's in counseling psychology. I work with hospice, and I've also worked with people in recovery. And currently I am I'm in Sedro-Optimus, the hospital auxiliary board. I'm in Rotary as well. Do things within my church. I'm very engaged in the community, as are my children. Very much a part of the community. It's kind of it's a generational thing. My parents were very involved. My grandparents were very involved. So we feel like we are deep rooted and set in this community and believe highly in it. And I have debates with Chuck all the time. He says it's a ghost town. I say it's not. I say we're just waiting to come alive again. yeah, that it's all right there, it's just simmering, and there's lots of potential. And I honestly believe that right before COVID happened, Sedro-Woolley was really starting to take off, and we had a lot of businesses that were coming to town, things were happening. And now we're in a different dynamic, but that doesn't mean we're not going to be successful. So.
You're not gonna get it.
Everybody.
Okay, Glenn Allen, Chuck is not old enough to be my father, but that's okay. We're grandfather. I was born and raised here. We're going back to, when you drive by the Condi clock, that was my grandfather's uncle Horace that had that. So we go back to like 1900 and see really, and then those Glenn Allen who were 41 to 2008 or something. I was on the council. I think I've been on 2.5 years. I lost a year or so with COVID. I hate to. Anyway, I was on the council 20-some years ago. I'm not too sure. I was a port commissioner for 12 years in between. My wife and I have 5 kids in a blended family, 11 grandkids under 18 and under. So anyway, that's pretty much what I do. I just eat, breathe, and sleep. Sedro-Woolley. I did move away for about 15 years in the service, working in Bellingham, so I've always been close. But the majority of my life has been in this town. It's a good community. It's had its ebbs and flows, but overall, we survive in spite of ourselves. It's a wonderful place. I have been Rotary. Used to be with having business, obviously the chamber and all that. Design review committees and all those wonderful things. So anyway, it's just been a good ride, and God willing, I'll survive the last and retire. So.
Thank you all. And then let's go around to the other parts of the room and just do a quick introduction, at least your name and what your role is in the city here, starting here, Bill.
I'm Bill Chambers. I'm the IT director. Started here in 2008. Worked with the city of Anacortes for several years before that, and several years with the in IT, and started out in biology and cartographics, cartography for the federal government.
Okay, thanks.
Pretty obvious, again, I'm Ray Lieutenant with the police department here in town. I actually grew up in Bow, but so I'm kind of in plants, but I moved here. I enjoy this community, love it. Good for my kids, coach sports, basketball, soccer, through years now, I'm kind of phasing out a little bit. Yeah, love it. Been here 20 years, almost.
Yeah.
I'm John Coleman. I'm the planning director and building official. I started with the city in 2006, so kind of about 16 years with the city. Started as an associate planner and worked my way up through the years to role, and seen a lot of good things happening in the city. One of them is where we're sitting right now, so excited to be part of new things that are happening.
Frank Weidler, been here with the city for 29 years. Graduated from high school down the street. My parents met at Northern State Hospital back in late 50s, early 60s, and closed that place down. And even though they were from other states, they called this home and would never leave. So I love the community. My children have been raised here. I actually was promoted and left here for a few months and decided it wasn't for me. I came back here and continued to commute to Seattle, but I didn't live in here to stay.
And I'm Charlie Bush. I've been with the city for 6 months, so short time we're here in the room. I've been in Washington for 20 years. I was in Arizona for 4 years prior to that. I'm originally from the East Coast, from the East Coast of the Midwest. And it's delighted to be here.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. And, it's obviously, but there's a lot of history here. That's something noteworthy. Tell you in Olympia, if you had the same conversation with the council there, you would not hear that same thing. I had to do a little bit of research. I got on the city's website and read a little bit about the history of Sedro-Woolley. What was the name that the founder had? He had proposed and his wife shut him down.
But
Okay. So you dodged that. That's good. So let's go. What I want to do next is just go a little farther into this sort of discussion about community before we just launch into planning. And what I'd like to see is like in just pairs, find someone that you do not know very well, right? Someone that you have not worked really well, and it'll be either, depending on the math, twos, or one group might be three. I didn't even think about it. And just the question is for like 3 minutes each, just one at a time, just sharing with the other person is. Describe what being part of a community means to you, not necessarily this community, just being part of a community. So the invitation is just find someone, ideally someone you have not had as much chance to talk with, and just share 3 minutes each. What does describe what it means, but being part of a community means to you? Sound good? You can scoot your chair over or whatever, just roll.
We grew up in Alaska, Ketchikan, logging town. So it's amazing that I ended up here in another one town. But I went off to college after graduation from high school in 1981 when I was in the big city of Anchorage, and met my partner up there in college. And after 15 years in Anchorage, decided we wanted to try moving to Seattle. And lived aboard our boat in Seattle. About 3 years in Ballard.
The old Ballard.
Yeah,
Still in Ballard.
it's all
It's just
condos
quite
now.
different now. Yes.
So talking about community,
That's changed.
Yeah, it's changed. I worked for National Marine Fisheries Service in Seattle for several years, and got tired of the big city, and so we moved to La Conner. So been living in La Conner since 1999.
Not long ago, I stopped there for lunch. I facilitated a couple of retreats there for the Everett Housing Authority. That's what I
Oh, yeah.
Nice little town.
Yeah, really like the community, and I'm hoping that there's some things that are, transferable to Sedro-Woolley too, and some of the successes they've had there as a small town.
Do you have a boat there still?
No, we just sold our small boat. Yeah, it's nice to know someone with a boat.
Totally right. Actually, my wife's ex, his family have really nice boats, so we're good friends. We get along with everything.
Nice.
So we get the benefits.
We did have 2 airplanes though, so.
Get you up and out.
How long have you been in Olympia?
Just about 30 years. I moved out of there and then back in. San Francisco, Sweden. So I keep kind of trying to escaping in a way, but I keep coming back. It's good. I get a little feel penned in there every now and then, so I just need to get out a lot. I brought my mountain bike
Yeah,
up here with me, and so I'm gonna scoot around.
that's nice. That's the one wonderful thing you mentioned that about Olympia and about this area. We're so close to so many great things, and we need to leverage that.
Yeah, for sure. I spent a little time just been to Alaska once, and I did about a week worth of consulting in Kenai Peninsula. Sold out.
Yeah, been there many times.
Yeah, it was interesting because it was about, we were doing community engagement around the city was trying to test and do some analysis around. I always forget what it's called. It's not boundary expansion. It's like expanding the city's boundaries.
the urban growth area? Or,
Yeah. I was leaving the project, but anyway, it was fascinating to me, just like how people are so attached to their view of Alaska, homesteads, and like, don't do anything that restricts my ability to drive my car.
Yeah.
It was interesting, because the history there does not go very far back. These homesteads are not multi-generation.
Right.
It's really interesting, like the town, so Solana is a great example. It's like that town developed their own cars, so it's not. I think it was the view of their freedom and their ability to do what they wanted was strong. So we
Pretty
came in
much
there.
the oil refineries,
Yeah.
I think kind of started that place. So.
Just a few more minutes, so if you haven't switched, good time to do that. Yeah, and when we came in from I was from Olympia, but my father in Denver saw us in Seattle and wondering why not hire a local firm? But it's they like what we brought to it. Anyway, in the end, they were so skeptical of us, and after a week, they were giving us up, they were inviting us, Jan had inviting us out to their homesteads.
Yeah, I still have good friends that live out on Funny River Road, up the Kenai River from Solana.
It's funny, I go for walks because the hotel was right next to the river, walking across the bridge. And she's like, it was a bear sick. It was a bear sick.
Yeah, it's great fishing.
I do a fair bit of surfing. I am much more paranoid of bears than I am of surfing.
And we drove around there and we're like, we like the surrounding area a lot more. We don't like that whole city. So we basically said,
I've got a good friend that works for the state down in Olympia, and she was actually up here to see the tulips and visit with mutual friends up here, and it was interesting to hear her perspective on the homeless situation down there. And just how difficult that is.
That was two of my last projects. Just finished it about a year ago, working with the city of Olympia on their community engagement around their homeless response plan and some of their strategy. And then just finished at least a year and 18 months working with the community work group. A lot of learning about it and going out doing community forums and then developing strategies. It's so complex. It's just, everybody thinks they know what to do. It's just so hard.
And here
Believe everybody.
the golden child of urban planning Portland is, when it comes to the homeless problem, they are in the same boat, if not worse than
No, it's really bad.
everybody else.
It's so much of these larger systemic issues that cities, that's not what cities.
They just want to
They know how to
just want to move them around.
So give it one more minute and then we'll come back together in the circle. Or unless you want to stop now.
I spell your name right.
What's that?
I spell your name right. Good. Writing them out like that is hard. I thought for sure I was going to spell Nick's wrong. I was like, there are too many C's in that.
Well,
His business cards, how many times did we have to redo them?
Right?
Yeah.
My wife kept wanting me to change to a capital B.
welcome back. So just curious if anybody would like to share what struck you from your conversations? What rose to the surface for you from that?
The appreciation of neighbors. I think that was a core.
Neighbors, can you say more about that? Just like real, like next.
So you know your neighbors know you, on not just the neighbor right next to you, but the entire neighborhood, and being cordial and polite, even if you don't fully know them, but trying to get to know them. I think that's something that we celebrate here, Sedro-Woolley, for sure.
So without that, on just at a general level, it's like, it'd be hard to call it a community. Is that?
Sure, but I've been in a number of communities, definitely in Paulsville, Riverton, Silverdale, Port Angeles, just all around. You get different feels, and some of them, there are so many people coming in and out all the time. So if 3 people move into a house in a year, you stop getting to know them, or the neighbors stop wanting to know you, and there's not time to want to.
Thank you.
I kind of want to expand on that, because Julia was telling me about the neighbor a couple blocks over, knowing the boundary when she was a child, to call the mom and say, hey, you know, she's left her area that she's allowed to wander. You know, the neighbors knowing you that well, they know that, you know, your mom has set out that little grid line in the neighborhood. And that's incredible. That's wonderful to have that sense of community there. I also learned that the State Street High School used to be a hospital. I did not know that. I thought that was interesting.
We talked a little bit about kind of the same neighbor feel and that sort of stuff, but also how in the community there has been a little bit of a wedge with COVID and the technology that came to it. And Brendan made a very good point in that all of the reliance on technology and social media has not allowed people to come face to face and actually communicate, where you can really get to know your neighbor and to do those sorts of things. You know, people became a little bit more reclusive in that. So hopefully the things opening up will be able to bring that back in a way. Maybe have to be a little more creative in it. I don't know, but you know, that is something that we are dealing with.
I think Sarah made a really good point that you view the community as a team, and we're all in this together. It also lowers that neighbor hostility if you're all as part of the team with your own strengths. And if we work together, we can accomplish.
I think a couple of things, but the water share values in a small community like this, and you can see how many people are raised here, how many lived here for 30 years. And we do share a lot of value, and I think we want to say.
Anybody else?
Well, I have to say, so something that Joe brought up that was fascinating. He said for him, it's because when he was a child, it was moving around a lot. For him, a community is having history, being a part of that history, knowing the history, seeing things develop, being a part of the events. He said it's just the simple things. It's just those simple things that make life a joy. And you have that in a small community because of the dynamics that you have with your neighbor, with those that you see, you know, on a regular basis downtown or in your church or in your school. So it's things like that. It's a sense of belonging and being connected.
All right, so so what I want to do next is, like, you know, right over here we have your community's vision statement and the mission statement. And as you look at that, like when you read those two statements, what stands out to you the most? What resonates the most with you and why? We'll just do this in the group, just kind of sharing out. Read the vision statement, the mission statement. What about it really resonates the most with you?
I think the friendly city is a really important one for me. I'd be curious to know how we define friendly. Is that friendly to, like, our neighbors, we're friendly to them? Are we friendly to businesses that want to come here? I'd like to kind of hear what people like or expand on.
There's definitely characteristics when you think of family, you know, and good working relationship, good teamwork relationship on the field, neighborhoods, friendly to business. I like that, right? Friendly to tourists coming through and people feeling that friendly. So it does have that kind of, like, you know, characteristic that when you think friendly, you think joy and peace and gentleness and people come together.
I like the safe community, prosperous, vibrant, and safe, in the sense that, you know, we have really great first responders and history there. I think that has become a double-edged sword in the sense that we've had a lot of people in their places for 20, 30 years and, you know, finding the gaps in that now as they're transitioning and retiring and all of that stuff, but, you know, filling that. But I think that we've been very fortunate and lucky as a city to have that, people that want to live here and serve our community and the people and be a part of that. And that live here and work here and are, they're also a part of our community. They're not just an officer or a fire, you know, they're people, they're fathers, they're mothers, they're grandparents, they're, you know, they're more than just that. And I think that that's one of the things that I really enjoy about this community is that our children are raised in that they have that, and they can see that, and they want to grow to be that, you know.
Who else?
It'd be kind of cool to, I don't know, the phrase of city government and citizens working together, more than, you know, citizens in office and citizens in the community working together. Kind of brings that to where there's not the separation of divide, but that, like you were saying, Sarah, we're all part of the same community, and all of us are working together, and we're all got an equal voice in it, regardless of what position we're holding, or what we're doing, if we're working outside the community and raising kids in it, or whether we're an officer or whether we're in office.
I see that just maybe a little different. I respect what you have to say. That's a good perspective, and I appreciate hearing that. For me, when I hear city government and citizens working together, I guess I see city government as we are kind of, you know, we're overseeing, we're protecting the assets of this city. So the monies that are given to us, that are entrusted to us to provide the services for parks, streets, you know, different buildings, things like that. I guess I see us as kind of the caretakers of the citizens. So I do see us working cohesively. And I hear you come to council, you know, on Wednesdays, and you talk about what it is that you hear from your constituents. And so I guess I see you as, you are government, your city government, you're working with citizens. I guess that's how I kind of see it.
Definition of government, sure. There is that kind of divide that we're kind of seeing with us and them, where government kind of is developing kind of contour. There is that definition.
Thing I see about the government and Sedro-Woolley. We have all of these ordinances on the book, and they're not enforced. My neighbor, his yard is about knee high and junk all over the place. I called the code lady, she comes out and she says, oh, they have bad backs. I don't care if they have bad backs. I want the darn grass cut, and, you know, I don't want to be infested with rats. And I was really disappointed in that. She told my wife I wasn't. That's a little bit disappointing. We make all these ordinances and a lot of them aren't enforced. Like we just talked about, I think the last council meeting, noise. And some of these little cars run around with straight pipes on, you know, and it's annoying. Especially if you're just going to bed and look up down the street here. That's one thing I'd like to see improved in Sedro-Woolley is enforcing the ordinance they have on the book. I think there could be some improvement there.
Anything else when you look at the vision and mission statements there? I mean, it's interesting because these are, we didn't come here today to revise the vision or the mission statement. These are things that periodically communities and organizations do and probably should do. But, you know, you are entrusted with this in this particular role, and this is your vision and mission statement. So, you know, like when you say, you know, it's like friendly, you find a word in there, or prosperous, or whatever that looks like, or vibrant. In the end, part of the question is like, like, what would that look like and feel like for it to be that? And how does that impact the decisions you make and the things we'll be discussing for the rest of the day? So, we don't have to stay on this much longer. It's there, but is there any other comments about this? Anything else rise to the surface for you?
Well, I just want to say that I think the mission's spot on. I think that's really what we are all about as a council. I could be totally wrong, and I'd love to hear your opinion if I am, but I do think that that's what we want. We want to be a community where people do come and they live and they work and they play. They want to be here. They want to be engaged. So I think that mission statement is really good. I don't know if I really agree wholeheartedly with the vision, but I do really like the mission statement.
I feel like when I look at the mission statement to provide services with COVID that just happened, I think we get into, the younger generations, it's really easy for us to go online and do things, and we're computer savvy, but I think that you lose your hometown hospitality when you go that route and only have that route. So I would like to see the services that we're providing at a city level you can go on the computer, you can do these things, we have that. But first you have the person who's there answering the phones, giving you that hometown hospitality, and I think we're losing it.
So
It's sad.
you're getting even to, like, even at the definition of services. This is a question, right? What are the services and how do you provide them for whom and why? It's like there's a whole gig economy, which is just starting to get my head around. What does that mean? Olympia's got all these new apartments downtown, hundreds of new apartments after years of nothing. And I'll ask people at the city, it's like, who's moving in there? And they don't have a good answer except for gig workers. And so you presumably could put all of your service energy, or a lot of it, into, like making life really good for gig workers. So what is it you're trying to get? So that's why this is.
Actually, it's not overly complicated. It's simple.
Simple missions.
It leaves room for growth with service. You're like, okay, well, what does that mean? You can kind of dive into, have that flexibility in this area or this area, or when this happens, that happens. And it applies across the board. So we're not like putting ourselves in a corner with it to say, because we all agree that we definitely want to play, want to live, work, and play, and that's definitely good.
It's almost like generic slogan here.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Google.
That's why I think it's worth kind of looking at it. And sort of like, what are we
I
really
mean,
mean?
what town is not gonna say we want to have a place to work, play, and live in kumbaya? I mean, come on. Sorry.
No, that's totally fair. And that's, I think that sort of is a great segue for where we go next. Like, okay, let's have some strategic conversations about what do we mean by this, right? Where do we want this community to go? And what you can only, there's so much to do. You have only so much bandwidth and so much you can accomplish. So we have to be smart about the things you choose to emphasize, right? That's kind of what planning is. So that's where we're going next. So if that's okay, I'm going to change the slides. And are there anything else before I do that? I was going to sort of provide an overview of this, sort of my view of the structured systems-based approach to planning together, right? Sound okay?
I was just gonna say it's only relevant when we apply it. So if we don't apply it, it's just words. But if we're really looking at how we can apply that, then it becomes something that's relevant.
Okay. All right. So, hey, you said I was going to advance when I do that. Did I not turn it on? So,
Let's see, I think it's the down arrow.
oh, is it down there?
Isn't it?
Okay, up there.
It's not advancing.
You just press a button on your keyboard.
I'm gonna do the mouse. There we go. And I think
And just do your down arrow and we'll.
it's advancing it on here. Okay. Let me take a look at this.
So I guess, and just as a sort of preface to what I'm about to provide here, it's like the question when you're like, we're doing strategic planning. And to me, people say we're doing strategic planning all the time. And then they have, but the fundamental question is, how do you know you're being strategic? And so often when I see people doing strategic planning, I find that they're not being very strategic. And a planning conversation can go all kinds of directions, but it should have some structure to it. And I just want to provide some structure to it so that we're being as strategic in our discussions as possible. And so what I'm going to share is like one of the reasons why having some structure to a strategic conversation is important because of all the complexity. Right? We are in different times than we were 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 1500s. It's changing all the time. And of course, there's communication and technology and global supply chains and global trade and all those other big things we know about, and climate change, population growth, and then this move toward this sort of online environment. COVID just threw a big like monkey wrench into things we thought were true, and all of a sudden, you know, we're just revisiting everything. So what it means is like there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of volatility and a lot of change. So
Yep, sorry, we're gonna reconnect here.
And so it's like the waters we're swimming in are different. There's complexity, uncertainty, volatility, dynamic change. It's always happening. So the planning we do now is in the context of all this, and actually whatever we decide is true today at the end of this retreat is going to change again too, because the environment around us is going to change. So that is just an awareness we have to have when we're doing any kind of planning. And then there's also like, what are the more, you know, localized, granular level changes that are happening that also impact like your best laid plans, right? So the context is a lot of complexity, a lot of change, uncertainty, volatility, right? And in the military, U.S. military had this term VUCA: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and volatility. And what's the A? I can't remember, but they've been using this term for a long time. It's nothing new. We are in complex times, and it's not likely to get less complex, is the fundamental message here. And there's an image, assuming it comes up at some point. There you go. All right. Which one? Down there?
Yeah.
And so this is just, you know, an example of sort of like the world we're living in now, more complex. Changing expectations. Talk about that a lot. Changing expectations of the public, you know, around diversity, equity, inclusion, who's involved. You know, community engagement today is so different than it was, you know, even 5 years ago. What people expect from their communities is changing left and right. And this is an image that just kind of like, imagine this is the funnel, and these walls are converging, and it's like it's the end of the 20th century, early part of the 21st century, and all these different factors are converging to make it harder for organizations, businesses, and communities to just be proactive and flexible. So the idea of these little kind of arrows there, it's almost like we're bouncing off the walls at the end of the first industrial revolution, the beginning of this technology information revolution, and we're trying to find our way in it. And most organizations, in my experience, are reacting more than they're planning, right? It's like they're kind of bouncing off the walls, and that's not a sustainable way to be. And again, if we want to put some more pressures on it, there's a few pressures that are impacting communities and organizations today, all of them. But there's also, now there's almost 7, I was mentioning it to Glenn, or maybe you earlier, that when my father was born, there were 2 billion people on the planet. When I was born, there were 4. When my daughter was born, there were 6 billion people. And now there's 7, we're moving toward 8. This is exponential change. And again, expectations of the public, affluence is increasing, stuff that throughputs through the economy. Everything's changing, and it's putting more pressure on the walls of of the funnel, and it's converging. We're not seeing a lot of places in the world today where the walls of the funnel are opening. So sorry, that's the world we're living in. So what we would like to do as a community, organizations within that community, is be more adaptive, more resilient, and be more strategic. So we're not always bouncing off the walls. And that, to me, kind of signifies what planning is about, right? None of these pressures go away necessarily, but how can we be more thoughtful within all this change, the growth and the social and cultural dynamic changes that we don't have our heads around, right? All the time, like what's happening around us. That's kind of what it feels like, right? Any questions or just like responses to this so far? Just makes sense.
I think it's kind of interesting that for those who are actually working in the world of technology and industry, I think this is not new news to them. But for those of us who have been in whatever the social services or maybe a world that doesn't require as much technological change, it is a hard world to have to try to wrap our arms around. And I think we're experiencing that as a city, I think, as a community especially. So I appreciate what you're sharing here because I think it's kind of defining where we're at.
Yeah, it's a little hard to hear in a way, but most people would be surprised by this, just thinking by it, right? And it doesn't mean we can't be thoughtful, we can't be strategic and plan. It's just, let's be aware of the kind of how we sit in this system, right? Any other, yeah.
How would like our comprehensive plan fit into all these pressures? It seems like, we have a plan to handle the GMA and all this growth, these pressures coming in. Do you think the comprehensive plan is a good document to work on through this process?
Absolutely. I mean, I've done this exercise with all kinds of organizations, more businesses than communities, where you'll draw the funnel and people will start to have a conversation. Let's put parts of our, whatever we want into it, and let's just have a conversation. What are the pressures that are influencing that, and where do we have room to push back? Right? What do we have influence over is one of those questions. The homeless challenge in a lot of communities is an interesting one because it's like a lot of that is systemic. It's big, national, international stuff that the community has only seeing the results of on the street. So what can the city do to impact that? So you see the pressures on the community, but in some cases their hands are tied. So how do you think about that? So, yeah, absolutely.
That's layered. I mean, homeless, that's layered with a whole lot more because
Right.
intermixed with that comes, mental health, not with all people who are homeless,
Right.
but definitely mental health and addiction. So not all, again, who are homeless, but again, addiction. And that's been a growing situation here.
Yeah.
Well, across the nation, across the world.
And that's a classic complex problem, which lends credence to the idea of why we want to be strategic and systems based. So we don't want to simplify complex problems because then we run into real problems. So, any other thoughts on this?
I think like some of those walls are generated coming out of Olympia and then of course DC. So when you look at other states or other communities, there's only so much that you can do because you also have an outside force kind of pushing those walls in and also making policy or decisions to grow almost the homeless situation and then the desperation of drug addiction, things like that by certain things they're doing or crime kind of growing because of things that are being done outside of our control, but then we're dealing with those walls. So how do we deal with that and understand that the things that are driving that, what are those metrics? What is that looking like in the future as we've seen the progress over the last 10 years, what they've already done?
Exactly. So within our community, how are we going to deal with that? Definitely, we've seen some of it. It's coming. How are we going to deal with that? What do we want to address right now, put into place so when it becomes a true issue for our community, we're prepared rather than reacting. We can respond rather than react.
And what are those measures or metrics you want to track? Maybe they're some different ones than you have historically. I don't know. So what things you want to keep your eye on. So one more thing about, go one step further. This is kind of an idea here that says, okay, we got all this complexity, right? And each of us brings our own life experiences, our own values, our own expertise. Where I'm an expert in this area, like public safety or whatever it happens to be, right? Business, economic development. And so in a way, we take all these specialties and it's easy for us within all the complexity to want to really focus on our drill hole. I see the world through my lens and my lens only. And what that does sometimes in a complex problem is it makes it very hard for people to collaborate. You find there's more disagreement and even conflict because it's hard for us to sort of step back up and take this eagle eye view of the larger system. And so part of what we want to do when we're working in complexity is to be able to at least temporarily, bring our specialty, bring our values, bring our important knowledge and expertise and experience, but also be able to sort of see the bigger system, take a bigger broad view of it. And then we're smarter together. We can have a more structured, better collaborative conversation. And so this is an introduction of this is a generic 5-level model that's just intended to plan for any complex system. Idea is with any complex system, you could bring this approach to it and you should be able to have a more structured, strategic conversation. And it's has these 5 areas: systems level, success level, strategic level, actions level, and tools level. And what I find more often than not is in the absence of actually sharing this with people, having a common framework and, shared understanding, is people often just go to actions. They just start listing all kinds of actions. I think we should do this. I think we should do this. It's very hard to know, are those the right things and in the right order? Are those the right things that we should prioritize? They might be all good things, but if we were to sort of take a step back, maybe we have a better chance when we get to the actions level. We know they're the right ones that move us in the direction we want to go. So at the systems level, it's like, looking at that funnel again. It's like, let's talk about our system. What's the system in question? What are the boundaries of it? Are there any things that define this system differently than some others? Are there some things that are in and not in inside our system? And so once we have a clear understanding of the system in question, and it seems pretty basic, we're talking about the city of Sedro-Woolley, but maybe there's more to it than that. So we'll hold that for a second. And then once we understand the system reasonably well and whatever boundaries are around it, then we can talk about what does success look like for this system. Okay, and then when we do that in the strategic level, this is mostly what we're going to be doing today. We'll get down to the actions level, but it's like, and I'll introduce an approach for us to have a conversation at the strategic level in a bit. So another way to look at this is if you think about a game, chess game is a classic example. The chess game, the board is part of the system. There's a boundary around that, a natural boundary, and then the actual pieces are boundaries. And there actually are rules to the chess game. Same with the soccer game. Everybody understands there's a lot of freedom and to do all kinds of things within the soccer game. And yet there are some non-negotiable rules and things we cannot do. And if we do those things, there'll be a yellow card or a red card, and there's some consequences, right? And so trying to understand any system, are there any sort of similar analogies that we can bring to a planning process like this, city of Sedro-Woolley? And then in a chess game, we all understand that, again, what we're trying to achieve is the ultimate goal, the North Star, right? Our aspirational goal is to win chess game or to score more points versus someone else. So what would success look like for Sedro-Woolley, in whatever timeframes we want to agree to today? And then and strategies that have to do with what's open in the middle and end game. So does that all make sense? So we're going to reference this model periodically. We're going to kind of walk through this together in the time we have today, at least parts of it. And hopefully, if there's any confusion, I'll sort of bring us back. Here's what we're doing and where we're at in this process. So when I talk about the strategic level, the approach that I have in mind is like, we're going to spend a good bit of time today talking about success. And that's where your mission lives. And that's where your strategic long-range goals live, or your strategic goals live, right? And that is your sort of the top of the mountain, right? And we plant the flag. That is when we achieve that, we know we've done a good job. So there's a lot we can talk about what a good goal is, but nonetheless, any strategic goal should be aspirational. It should stretch your sense of what's possible without being impossible, right? You might not achieve that goal, but if you don't set it as an aspirational sort of stretch goal that's audacious in some way, then you will never get farther than just incremental approaches. So you need something that actually sort of pulls you into the future. And when everybody says, yeah, if we achieve that together, that would be worth getting up every day, even though it's hard doing. And so you got the success out here in the future. That's your aspirational end goal. And then this current reality piece is like, what is today? What's the baseline? This is what is, right? Here's the growth figures. Here's where we are with our, staffing capacity, whatever that is, organizational, community-wide. And then you find that when you look at the two together, there's a gap. And if the success and the stretch goals are set at the right level, it almost like that pulls you into the future. It's like that gap wants to be closed. Like this, like show that magnet there. It's like, okay, so then the question is, what are the things we can do today and subsequently to move us toward our goals, knowing that the world's changing around us all the time. So we have to be adaptive and flexible. So sometimes we might choose to do something. Okay, well, let's put some energy and effort into this. And we find out that ends up being a dead end for some reason. And so do we stop there and just stop doing anything? No, we say, what are things we can do that might be a flexible platform for the next thing? What are we gonna do next? Okay, that didn't work. Let's do this. That's an adaptive approach to planning. Does that make sense? Any questions about this overall? So just a little bit about strategic goals, and we'll come back to this, and I'll stop with these slides here. Is like in a best case scenario, there's a lot of art and science to developing good goals. Some goals are very vague. They don't tell you what is enough. And so they kind of just become platitudes. They're just like nice words. Some goals are too specific. They box you in. It's like they don't give you any freedom. So there's some art and science. So it should be clear and compelling. It should be like, wow, it should stretch your sense of what's possible and make you feel like that's worth doing. And then there should be some clarity in the way the goal is structured so that it describes some kind of clear beneficial endpoint. And then if it's something you could achieve in 1 year, maybe 2 years, it's probably not a strategic goal. Sounds like it's more like an objective or something an interim type of thing. But like ideally a goal is something you set a little farther in the future, like maybe 5 years, depends on what you want to do. And then if it describes too specific a solution, I'll give you an example. I did a lot of work in the climate and energy space for a long time. And you see a lot of organizations do planning. I want to become a more sustainable organization. So they say, we're going to put solar on our building. We're going to go 100% solar. Is that a good idea? It sounds like a good idea, but it sounds too specific to me. Why? Because I don't know what the world's going to look like 5, 10 years down the road, if that's the best or only solution. Maybe a better goal would be we want to try to become carbon neutral. Solar might be one of the actions we do, but it could be a million things we do, energy efficiency or some other things. So trying to be careful about it, where you set your goals. So we'll come back to that. I just wanted to offer that for the moment. And I think that means we're going to put a pause on this. Yeah. All right, let's see. Does anybody, I have a break after the next thing we're going to do, but do people need like a 10-minute break now, or can you wait 15 minutes before we do that? Okay, we're good. So let's have a conversation on the system level. And this is where I'm going to bring out the flip chart. And this is with us all together in the room. Is let's just thinking about what defines the for you as city council members and people that are responsible for planning the future and services and looking at that mission statement. What are some boundaries? What defines the Sedro-Woolley system? Are there some things that are out of the bounds? What's in? Sure. Paper. There's some things that are not in the boundaries of the Sedro-Woolley system. When we're talking about planning together, what are we planning for? I just want to make sure everybody understands having the same conversation. Yep.
Biggest thing about it would like services be like the system, like providing police, fire, wastewater.
Yeah, they would. So you're saying the services you provide to the public. You just provide the basic ones, or say again?
Police, fire, wastewater, and
Okay. And roads, sidewalks?
public roads.
Yeah. So within public works, sanitation, all those things, okay? Yeah, that all makes sense. Those are the traditional services cities providers. Are there other things?
So the schools are more dealt with on the district level, but recreational activities for the youth is very important.
Yeah, everybody agree with that?
More kids have to do, that's good, the less trouble they get into.
So you mentioned schools, and that's the district, but is there a role, it's like that, how does that sit within Sedro-Woolley's, the city of Sedro-Woolley's systems? How do you think about that?
I think a lot of the people in Sedro-Woolley feel the city is an influencing force with the schools. And so I noticed that campaigning around, a lot of it was told to me was in relation to schools and what people felt about the school system. And I had to remind them, well, I'm running for city council, not school board. That's different, that's more of a district thing. So I think they see it as one, and they're raising their kids in Sedro-Woolley School. And so it's impactful and they want, that central place to go to, but there is that.
So that's an interesting one. It's like, how do you think about that from a planning perspective? Do you have a role?
Planning, future park.
Yeah. So do you have, let me ask, thinking about the chessboard and the pieces again, because clearly within the city of Sedro-Woolley, schools are the pieces in a way, right? They're part of it. And from a planning perspective, I'm not saying yay or nay, or do you wipe your hands clean of any decision making or thought around schools?
I'm trying to make decisions like impact fees that when builders come in, and it can tie into helping schools, encouraging them to raise their impact fees so that we can provide better services for the children.
Okay, yeah.
With growth comes the idea, can the school support it? Do we have the teachers, the room, are the schools in good condition? Do they, and you kind of get that, well, that's more of a school board thing, but it does weigh in, at least to me, in my decision making with growth. Like, can these infrastructures support it, or will the citizens be in a position of doing enough money?
Realistically, it's almost like those two things should be circled together, because without the proper impact fees, school cannot afford to make those changes that are necessary. They have to grow with the population.
But do the impact fees accommodate the entirety of the growth, or is it the one-time fee that helps support it, but then the community will eventually ask for more to support a new school, support the roof, support this growth? And that comes to my mind when I'm thinking about it.
It becomes a double-edged sword, because as a city council and as the city, we cannot, there's a boundary there, right? Like the school district can do what they're supposed to do. They are aware of the growth and development. I believe that there is monthly meetings that the city has with the school, with members from the school board that is had to discuss growth and future and that sorts of stuff. But when we are looking at putting in apartments and putting in all of these different things, and it is really something that the community doesn't fully understand, because I have been approached too by, I don't even know how many I can count, that are upset with the growth and development that's going in because of also how it's going to impact schools. But again, I don't have any control over what the school district is going to choose to do, where their funds are going to come from to build new schools and provide new services and all of those sorts of things. So the growth does impact the schools, but it is a double-edged sword in the sense that as a city, we don't have full control over that.
I think we have to stay in our own lane.
Yeah.
We don't have anything to do with national debt and avoid the fraud and all that stuff. Cities, they're taking on. They have nothing.
I will say one of the things that was disappointing to me when I heard from people who were concerned about like the schools and the growth, I then asked them, well, what about the bonds for the schools for building? And they're like, oh, I'm against that. Like, well, you want them to handle the growth, but you don't want to help sustain the
Well,
school.
less than 17% of the population actually generally votes.
And that's
in our
the funny part
community.
about it too.
And a lot of them are renters too. And so when they're renting and then, they'll vote for to increase on property tax, but they're not going to increase in different, so if you look at the demographic and how they vote or where they're coming from, it's very interesting.
So it's unfortunate that you kind of get that double-edged sword on that part as well. But
Yeah.
we want you to build the schools, but we don't want to fund the schools.
One, it gets hard too because they're very frustrated. So another thing that's that's been voiced to me that people have been frustrated with is when it comes to that sorts of things, is that they don't want to vote for it because they've seen such negative things going on that didn't happen years ago. And some of it could be in part due to growth, could be in part due to some of these cultural changes or just the world that we're currently in. You know, the academic programs, you know, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. And so a lot of people they're saying, well, what did you do with my tax dollars before? I don't feel like it was properly used, so why would I give you more? You know, so that's one of the things that has been voiced to me when they're talking about the schools. And I'm saying, you know, as a city, we don't have, I mean, all we can do is, you know, we can say something, we can voice opinions, right? But that's something that they do need to talk to the school board about too, and get involved and, you know, start helping out people with that too. And so it's like, as the city council, we're kind of in limbo there. It's like, it's a double-edged sword as far as the growth and the development. How does the school get the monies to do that? Because I mean, I know I've been personally impacted by it. My kids were in the public school system here. And I personally took them out, put them in private school. I'm in a situation where I was able to do that. And I know that not everybody is, but I also have a child that is dyslexic and was not able to get services at the school because there are other kids that have behavioral issues. And because she was not a behavioral issue, she didn't get the attention. So, you know, so there are a lot of different factors that go into this stuff, but it does go into the part of the school being overcrowded. As a, you know, off city council situation, but as a mother with a child in the school district and voicing your opinions. And at the time, my aunt was a special ed teacher. So it's not as if I didn't have an opportunity or somebody I could go to, but it couldn't be done during school hours because the school was overcrowded with other situations going on. So everybody sees some of it and is a part of some of that. So, you know, these things that people are bringing up are all, you know, their truths, right? It's things that they're seeing and they're encountering. And we're going to see more and more of that, you know, based on the school districts in which the schools themselves, not the district, but the schools that, you know, the apartment complex and all of these higher density housing areas are in, as to what schools that these children are going to be going into. So we will see more of that, and I'm sure that we're probably going to get hit up and having more and more of these conversations. So it's kind of like, where can we help? What can we do? And I think, you know, the school board was making decisions in one of our prior council meetings. It was they were talking about raising impact fees for developers because of this, so that they can look to possibly build a new school and to do it. Because right now we only have one middle school, we only have one high school, and we have all of these elementary schools that are filtering into it. But at some point, you know, that becomes a funnel, and then, you know, what do you do? You know, so there are those things, and I don't know if that's something that, you know, somebody we can have a meeting at some point with somebody from the school district and discuss, you know, that, or maybe that's something that totally separate, but
Well, for now, I think
it is going back to the system.
yeah, well, so you named a couple things that were defined the system, and actually talk about this double-edged sword and sort of the distinction about what's the cities, what's the school districts. And in some of what you were sharing as well, we were going to that strategy level where I was talking about current reality. Some of you are distracted, so we just like keep that there. Let's hold that. You'll be able to sort of reference that later when we get to that part of the discussion. So you're going to say more about this.
I was gonna say that maybe we can define, I would imagine that we define the roles of the city on the website in a very short statement, not an overly complicated legal statement that's 930 pages, but more of just like, as far as schools goes, this is our responsibility, and as far as the roads goes, or public works, and we identify these systems that we participate with or that we're involved with, and then the ones that we're not involved with. In short, easy statements clarify where we can help and where we can't help.
So that could be a potential action, and I actually want to love doing this in the system. And so you had said something, Glenn, too, about, I think something about staying in our lane. I wonder if that was a bigger kind of a thing, or it was related to this district conversation?
I know the schools have, there's always issues. They have school board.
Yeah.
We are elected to represent our citizens as city council, not school board members. And I think we just have to keep our perimeters in. I mean, it doesn't mean you can't voice your opinion, but it's, I just think we should serve police, fire, way. Those are things we control.
Right.
A lot of things we don't control impact. But pretty much that's what we do at city council.
Well, I have two questions about that with your level of system. For one, because cities, Olympia is so deep mired in the city police, I think for both of them, around homelessness and other kinds of services right now. So the question is, suddenly the city has moved from this pure definition of services and public safety or something like that. And now they're like, now they're kind of doing social services. They've been pulled into this new world where their boundaries are being called into question. So you don't have to decide now, but I'm just, how do you think about that?
Well, one of the things you're talking about that being pulled into social services, so actually our PD, they're having to have to deal, we were talking about the homeless, mental health, violent situations, actually more present because for whatever reason coming out of COVID, but we're having to have to think about, are we going to bring on a social worker who could actually intervene? Our officers are not trained social workers, and they're dealing with situations that require social workers. And so we are going to have to think about that. That is something that's going to have to be addressed. And we do have a good example in Mount Vernon. They're actually taking huge steps in that, but this is something that Sedro-Woolley is going to have to address.
So that's sort of out there and it's undefined or unanswered. But it's one of those challenging ones cities are facing. Let me ask you again also, if you think about the boundaries of the city's got a geographic boundary, right? But it's also potentially growing. I don't know if there are any questions about that now and in the future. And then also the system isn't impermeable. So people are coming and going in both directions. How do you think about that from a system perspective in terms of your planning?
That goes more towards the comprehensive plan. So we're looking at what we currently have and the growth that we wanted to. I think a lot, like even the social worker kind of takes us back down to what those are roles that we can't control. But it seems like if we're in a position of seeing a growth of a certain sector where we need to bring in additional, then we should have a voice in that as well as a city because we're dealing with certain things. So same thing with the densifying of communities. And that's kind of something that's coming heavily from Olympia right now is to densify our small communities. So that way we can fit more people within those structures. And, or at least that's what it appears like with the comprehensive plan on the road. So right now the idea is to densify our community as it is. And once that happens, to grow in outer barriers.
Yeah, so we do have a lot of growth that's happening, but it's also that impacts then the services that we provide. So we're putting in more parks, but our park staff isn't growing. We have more utilities that are out there because of the homes that are being built. So garbage, all that. But we're not, increasing our staff. So we're putting a lot of pressure on our staff to do more work as we grow. Yet we don't have the funding to support that. So it's one of the things that we're going to have to address here, not just today, but down the line. I mean, this is going to be probably
Part of your current reality conversation as well there. So,
right.
And what's the investment, like the parks, like you were talking about? It seems like it would be an awesome investment to look at a parks and recreational director. But that's a position that's going to be a cost associated. But what's the long term? If we have pamphlets and ferries that draw tourism in and patrons to businesses, they're spending money. Is that increasing revenue for businesses to want to be here? To see more people moving around. So yeah, where do we invest?
And we can have conversations too. So we've got that partnership that we're working with the Y, and maybe eventually we could work out a partnership with them where they would actually take over our recreation or something like that. I mean, we can do partnerships with other people to do that. It's maybe not necessarily something that we'll have to hire more staff for and whatnot, but yeah, this is definitely.
Yeah, I think our garbage, the waste management in one of our packets stated an 18% growth over 20 years in Skagit County. But our comprehensive plan calls for about 100% growth, John, is that correct? In Sedro-Woolley, so we're, 12,000 people, Skagit's 130-ish. So that's nearing, 10% of the growth of the county, according to the waste management plan. They consulted the census and other consultants to generate their numbers, and we have our own consultants generate our numbers. Are they jiving as we grow? And we see more waste. Do we have the landfills, or will we ask for, hey, we need more money for more landfills, more cans, more trucks? All of a sudden, because the two plans, they're conflicting in a big way right now. That only leaves 8% for the rest of the county, which of course is a good growth.
What I'm hearing is that we're leaving one really important thing off that list, and that's finance.
Yes.
Because we're gonna have to get super creative with
Yes.
finding more ways to get money into
Yes.
the city so that we can afford the extra staff. So that we're not burning out good employees by overworking them for a really long time.
Yeah.
And if we can't increase our finances and be very creative with them, then we're gonna start crossing off things on that list up there.
That's exactly right. Yeah, what we're serving. Yeah, we'll have to make some hard decisions.
Yeah.
And you're right, as far as Olympia, there's things like stormwater, there's been things that have increased there. The salmon fishing culverts, we have to replace them, but there was no funding that was granted there. So there are things that are being put on the cities, on the county, but on the cities, ADA, things that we have to do. So those are new fundings that come along, and those are actually more work for our staff. But, where is that extra staff to help with that? Where is the money that's going to help with that? What are the answers? And that's where all your brilliant minds are going to come in and help us with that.
We're gonna have to prioritize our wants and needs with.
That's probably right. Absolutely.
I want a new truck, but I need a roof. What am I going to do? Probably put a new roof.
So maybe go back to actually what Paul was saying, thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
We've always done things a certain way, which is fantastic. That's been a blessing being a small city. But, truth be told, and I've heard Sarah say this, we're really not a small city anymore. We're growing, and growth is coming. And so, where we're going to come up with the money for.
One of the things with the school levy that I heard a lot of is it's a request for money every couple of years, but there's not a report of what's been done to sell that request for money. So if I go in for my review or raise, or I'm petitioning for a raise, or I'm negotiating a contract with a new company, then I'm going to sell myself. I'm going to show all the positive things that I've done. And with the school, we didn't necessarily see like, oh, we've got a high GPA rate, we've got all this, this is what we've got. It wasn't laid out that way, at least in the voter pamphlet in the thing. So with the city on finance, I would imagine we'd have to show success if we're asking for more finances or looking for creative finances. Part of that is creating more of a Cliff's Note pamphlet read of what we've done as a city, and start campaigning on that early before we come to the point of requesting coins. So that way we're actually basically selling what we've done. Your money is going to good use, and having ability to see that money. That's big, seeing the money.
But what you're actually saying.
So I'm gonna put a pause on this, and here's why, because we're doing the thing, which is great. Your mind's going 100 miles a minute. You've got all these ideas on things you could do, and I hope we don't lose them. I don't know if either of you or Catherine does it. I want to make sure you, right, because we're gonna come back to that, because you're in the parts about what can we do, what are the actions we can take. We'll get there. So if it's okay, trust me, we'll get there. Then what I would suggest is that we put a pin in this conversation. We can add stuff to it if we need to, but it's enough for us to sort of move to the next step. It feels like to me in a generalized sense. Sort of the system. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and we'll come back? Does that sound okay? We'll be back at 20 or 35.
Is there thermostat in this room?
I am. Lots of And also, Paul, we didn't have a chance to introduce.
Okay. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I'm gonna test this again.
Sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead. They were jumping ahead.
No, that's
Yeah.
why, no, it's totally natural. I've just done this enough that I know when to interrupt. No, it's great. I mean, and the key is we don't want to lose those ideas that come back. It's natural to do that.
Trying to embrace spring. But the snow on the
Gotta
mountains
do-
isn't letting
gotta do
me.
what you can.
Yeah.
That's great.
I love the line long.
Oh,
I can't guarantee I'll be back in time.
It's just one car.
There's a couple on the other side though. Along.
So,
I will look it up right now.
Bill, when we come back in 10 minutes here, can we have the gentleman on the screen space?
Sure.
Just give him the moment to introduce himself.
No, we're not going to.
Be calling in order.
You want me to jazz it up? Yeah. I could do an interpretation.
Actually, I didn't know where to look.
Yeah.
They learned a lot, and he's actually.
Nick, John, and I talked around.
Yeah. Oh, I know you're gonna do it.
And they would not.
My brother moved to South Florida recently.
I did spell your name right? I was like, 2 C's, one.
I think we have one more here on us. All right, Nick, well, here you
I
go.
never really wanted to go back to your head. The last time I was there, you know, I never talked away.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Eventually, I'm gonna have to take my wife over to show her how much she wants to go to the water and all the stories. So,
I like to hear about that. How many you ordered? You know,
I mean, yeah.
So Nick, I didn't mean to cut you off. I hope you're capturing those things. Honestly, those are things we want to make sure they're on the list of potential things to do and prioritize. So.
It's kind of funny you were saying your expertise, but like, I don't really have it. It's more labor. I think a lot of people are just elected to the community. It's like, oh, here you are, everything, but not like, I think a lot of people that do a lot of the higher level stuff, like go to school, they train in a specific events, specific kind of curriculums, and they become great at what they do.
Knowledge and experience it comes from all kinds of places and perspectives.
I think that's what's really cool about government, though. It's our regular James and Joes that just go into it. So we're all starting in the same place. None of us majored in government, none of us had served in government, and yet here we are, and we're defining it the way that we want to define it within the boundaries.
Within the boundaries, yes. Well, it is interesting. You look at a place like Olympia, again, they're all coming out of Evergreen, and they're coming out of the Masters in Public Administration program. Where you get a lot of council members like that. It's funny. Okay, so welcome back, and we do have a visitor, someone who you might have seen their photo in the background here. So just wanted to see if we can give them a chance to say hello.
I don't think that he is.
Oh, really? Richard? Richard, are you there? If so, you can unmute yourself. Just want to let you say hello.
Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm Richie Coleman. I am a virtual intern who's joining you from San Diego. I've had the pleasure of serving as a Marine for over 30 years, in which I specialize in strategic planning, operational analysis, And I'm very encouraged by the discussion I've observed today. I'm finishing up as a Master's of Public Administration candidate from the Maxwell School, Syracuse University. And part of my capstone project will be to propose helping out Sedro-Woolley with the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. So being able to observe this great discussion today helps me to really improve my situational awareness and help to align this capstone project in service of Sedro-Woolley. So thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome. Glad to have you. All right, so the next thing on our agenda is to go into the success level. We just spent a little time in the system level. What are the boundaries of the system? What's the system in question? That was hopefully helpful. And this is, we're going to spend a lot of our time at this success level today. And I'm going to bring my slides back up. Grab my pen. Back on.
My share screen again here.
Okay.
Let me drive. I think you're controlling the mouse with that thing.
Oh, okay, here. So I already shared this with you, and I will bring our attention over to the goals you have from, what is it, when was this, 2000? Last year, okay. And so I'm not, these suggest your areas of aspiration or of focus that you, from your previous conversation last year. And now some of this may end up being very similar, or it might be new things that sort of come on this list. Something comes off. I will say one thing about these goals and the wording, and please forgive me. This is what I do day in and day out. It's like, and I'm a bit of a stickler around it. To me, I am finding these not super clear and compelling, and I'm not providing them, they provide any direction knowing when we achieved our goal. And part of that is just simply the wording. And by the end of our time together, or at least close to it, we'll have a way that gets us a little closer to what I like to see is, I like to avoid words that sound like expand, promote, improve, enhance, because they're too vague. For me anyway. And I don't find them compelling, they don't stretch me, and they don't provide the direction I'd like to see for me. And they're going to be your goals, but these are just my preference from a planning perspective. Build, provide, create, promote. Also don't quite get there for me. And then something about these words in particular, like they start to suggest to me these are things that someone would do in order to achieve some other larger strategic goal. So you can see where I spend too much of my time. So I'm going to give you some examples just before we start this of what good strategic goals might look like. These are some new goals that emerged out of some work that I'm doing with King County Housing Authority, the resident services. So they spent a lot of time on these, but residents have a sense of stability, ownership, control over their lives. So the way that's worded gives them the ability to sort of say, okay, now we have to decide how to measure that. You should be able to measure a goal. So if you say expand, that needs something else. It tells you expand how far. What do you mean by expand? Look at that last one. Resident services is the best in the nation in terms of providing services. So you could go and then you could benchmark against other communities. They've set their bar pretty high, right? This is one out of the European PVC industry. I like it because they're so clear. We are going to be carbon neutral. We are absolutely going to phase out persistent compounds using manufacturing process. So clear, compelling. They define a clear endpoint. They're aspirational, and they may not get there, but that's what I like about it. This is one from a transit agency I worked with. Like all riders, funders, planners, providers are actively working together to achieve the vision. So it's a collaboration goal, which I think is interesting. So our goals can be external, they can be service related, they can be collaboration related, they can be cultural, internal related, whatever is important. Riders schedule, pay for, and access transportation services in one place. This is a real stretch goal because right now you find that when it comes to human services transportation, everybody's got to access the system in 5 different ways. This website, pay for a ticket here, and there are gaps in the system. So they're trying to say, let's create one point of contact, very aspirational, but it's clear, it's compelling. So I won't, yeah, okay, I'll just give you just those few examples and call it good. And then I'll unshare if you would. So we're going to go into our success conversation, and how I want to do this here is when we go into our conversation now, I want you to kind of let go of those goals, let go of your sense of what's possible or achievable today, and basically let go of the shore. So we're stepping out into the future. That's where we want to ultimately go. And I'm going to bring you into it in kind of an unusual, maybe a counterintuitive way. But what if you would think just for a second, like say, here we got Sedro-Woolley, and you've got a city, you've got city government and administration, and you've got the council. And the council's here, and they do things to mitigate some of the challenges that would exist if you weren't here. So for the next, say, 10 minutes or so, I'm going to put you in pairs again. I want you to have a conversation where you imagine that all of a sudden something happened. Someone came in and froze you and say you didn't exist and you could not respond, plan, and provide services to the community. And now all these things, these funnel pressures and other things that are happening, dynamics around you are happening, and there's some trajectory. Things are just keep going forward. They keep going forward. They keep going forward. What would this community look like and feel like if that could, the trajectory, whatever the trajectory means to you around services, around population, around growth, around, public expectations, anything you can think of, what would this place look like without Sedro-Woolley government there? Okay, is that clear enough? So you're going off, and it's kind of like worst case scenario stuff. Make sense? And so what I would like you to do is and if one person or both of you has any sheet of paper, otherwise we got some paper over here, and kind of jot down some notes. But I want to get you into pairs again, whoever you want to be with, and we're going to do this for about 15 minutes. Make sense?
Can you just clarify that one more time? So it's the government wasn't
If
there?
suddenly you were just gone, if zoop, you just disappeared,
That includes all the services?
all the services, yep. If you all just disappeared,
So you're
worst
saying
case
like
scenario.
Wild West days, like
What's that?
it's like the Wild West.
Wild West is a great way to think about it. Yeah, worst case scenario. What would this community look like? What would happen? What would it look like? What would it feel like? And if you need, does anybody need any paper? Anybody need any paper? Okay, so it's got some wrapping around there. You could maybe split that in half. Anybody else needs it? All right, so pick groups of 2 or 3 would be ideal, but do whatever you want. I'm not an enforcer here. And, but anybody else need papers? You're welcome to do this too if you want. Got about 15 minutes. I'll give you some time warnings here.
Well, it's just right here. Too many. Yeah. Wait.
Housing prices soar, homelessness increases, businesses leave. I guess that would be the worst.
And get into, try to get into some detail too if you can, yeah.
Okay, so.
People know, like, breaking.
Yeah, with no consequences to that, I'm sure that crime would soar, we would see increases in gang violence, things like that, and certain drugs.
Just start having people would band together with their crime watch.
Vigilante.
Fire and everything.
People get sick, right?
Do you think that there would be a point that would rise to the occasion to try to take control? Anytime you're in a group, if nobody's talking to the leader, there's somebody who raises it. And it seems like the community, you know, more authority with their members and with try to rise to the communities, even have those opposing groups, even that would be battling among themselves. So they
Yes,
could
there would
take
be
it.
factions.
Like a power gap.
Yeah, yeah.
Essentially.
Probably the five individuals too who would not want to do the dark. So who would want to do the garbage? Who would want to work?
Sorry about some of the little technical glitches. It's hard when it's not your system.
It's so much worse. Even recently, I thought I was a Zoom master, and it's like, just doesn't matter. What do you do?
Those kinds of services, those services would go away.
Yeah.
And then there's all the other things that happen in an online environment. Did this really high stakes reimagining public safety, community kind of focus group type thing. On Zoom 2 weeks ago. The city was planning for 100 people.
That's right.
We were trying to figure out breakout groups. The problem is you needed individuals that need takers and sort of co-facilitators for each group. So we had 16 volunteers. Wow. And that wasn't enough. We were assuming we were going to have to cap it. And I've never put so much time and energy into an agenda and planning all the contingencies. And the one contingency was that almost nobody would show up. It was just everybody in the city and me were like totally trying to adapt to this. What do we do? We let all these volunteers should shake on the phone with each other. Like, okay,
You had a fire, you could have a city block.
I'm so tired.
Thinking about our basic needs, for example. When people leave service. Nobody wanted to go there because it's volatile, crazy. Remember, was that 2020? When they took over Capitol Hill, those blocks. Yeah, I think that's a.
There's a lot that
On a small scale.
folks out in the ether are not going to be able to pick up, here, but we're making the effort for the meet to be out there for them.
That's right. They'll hear their report outs.
And I'll include your presentation and any other presentations as a PDF on our website.
They see the stuff I'm
They
doing.
won't, they won't see these. We could take a picture of those.
Yeah. Sounds like a good thing.
In the Philippines, a lot of the stores, they all have farm trucks. Shotguns.
If they paused the video and were able to zoom in, they might be able to read it, but it'll be much easier just to take photos of it.
Do you able to tell how many people are on?
There's just one. Yeah, like it's 29. Yeah, it's we have more folks that are regular council meetings because they're regularly scheduled. This one's kind of a special one. I think a lot of people understand it's more of a work session. And we're not taking public comment. But Zoom has been, doing it hybrid has been a plus for participation. Doing it hybrid has been a plus for citizen participation.
I mean, that's security.
She saw that there was there, especially when we had
Public meetings, whenever you have more than 3 council members together. I think they want us to do hybrid until the governor's office.
They're anticipating violence. So I feel less safe because I'm going to be violent to break out.
And we pretty much decided just to continue it beyond that, just because it does have
Military
benefits.
uniforms and AR. That's something like, wow, okay, so we've really gone down a level of safety. As prior to that, I would have never been concerned about my safety.
About 5 more minutes of this conversation.
Brings up the thoughts of what could happen. So what else would go wrong in the city when there's no government control? What else would go sideways? Yeah, because.
So I guess the city would cease to exist.
Unless those groups came up and started providing services for their.
I think that, I know that water is provided by PUD, but would they really want to come here and service it if we're completely lost?
Those major pipelines coming in the city, if somebody took control and started charging for that, we want water.
Yeah.
You know, you could use that equitability as far as even giving funds.
Yeah, so, services are essential needs would be controlled by the actions and seizure.
You're still in this conversation, you're ready to jump to the next one. Okay, 5 more minutes, yeah.
That, I probably,
I know.
or my family, there is, there is.
Yeah.
I don't want someone breaking into the house. There's no police.
You two have children, and eventually grown, you might have decisions that you can do. Children, so I would imagine the pressure would be a lot on you two than it would be for their parents. Even my nieces and nephews.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. We don't get to make decisions quite the same way anymore. I thought about that after Eli was born. It's that I don't get to think about what I want. It's more about what he needs. You know, if something catastrophic happened where they didn't do anything like that, that would be, I have to worry about him.
When is lunch, right?
At noon? Not sure.
Most
Charlie.
families would leave, unless those adults were engaged in the violence or caught up in.
Playing kingmaker, so to speak. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Even the schools, the schools. Everything is becoming.
So, can we come back together? Can I get your attention? So just staying in the same little cluster of people you're in here, we're gonna shift this. It's a little mental trick. As for this, you just went in worst case scenario. Now we're just gonna pivot and go the complete opposite direction. So where I want you to spend the next, and I want you to try to like stay in this conversation. What would 100% success look like in all of the dimensions you could think of? So, okay, now the city's here, the council's here, you're back, they unfroze you or they flip you back onto the planet. And now you're thinking about 5 years in the future, 10 years in the future, we don't have to be that specific. In all of its dimensions, whatever you can think of, internal operations, neighborhoods, streets, crime, anything you can think of, what would 100% success look like? And this is where you just letting go of your sense of what's possible for now, just long enough to have this exercise. Any questions? Okay, and notes will be helpful here.
So while the first thing I think of is that if there was possible, we would be technology, businesses. We would be as a city that is doing cutting edge technology. We would be the new.
I would see, 100%, 95% business, open business buildings full. You look at downtown, there would be a business in every building. There would be no vacant lots where it's desirable. You're actually having that built in.
And we would have services. 15 minutes out of town.
Yes, you would actually have it here. There'd be a good grocery store.
Yes.
Plenty of options for grocery stores. Being able to get clothing, sporting goods, the well-rounded. Yeah.
We will have community interaction with government. So we had open house and we learned big input that we would have a community that was very engaged in coming in and sharing their thoughts and sharing their vision and allowing us to move forward as a community as a whole. That's what I would love to see.
And in a friendly way as well, working with each other, not against.
Not against debates.
No, of course. Yeah, friendly debate.
I would try to see like as low crime rate as possible. Perfect. And I don't know if that means, I would like to see the requirement for low police presence, but the ability to react quickly. But they don't have the neighborhoods, be responsible for their own safety on top of the police, but that there be a lower overall crime.
So you're saying the public would be engaged in this as well, that the citizens would be supportive of their neighbors or what?
So like the neighborhood crime, again, one way that you look out for your neighbor. And, you know, if there's someone that's homeless, there's the service that they to help that person. Or if there is a crime, the police have the tools and training to properly handle, take care of the issue.
So in other words, transitioning to a community where instead of saying about the homeless person who's got a tent, not my backyard, instead let's give them the services they need so they have a roof over their head. That difference in the view of the way people look at each other.
It means the perfect city to do that. So even just hearing what has been shared about even the school, so kind of playing on that, just saying that the community as a whole would see that everything we do is a community impact, everything that we do, and that you can't separate, not really, these different agencies, even though they are designed to do specific things, that everything ties and bleeds into everything, so that the community would see us as a whole, the need to have good services in the cities, to have good education within our schools, to provide all those things that we need to provide. Even for our police, I think social workers to help them, right?
And looking at some of the numbers that I've seen, it's like a lot of the crime or the problems stem from people with mental issues. So being able to provide police with resources, whether it's social worker, people with psych backgrounds, helping the officers have the place to take someone who needs help. So having that ability for them so that they have what they need.
I like that. And most people that are just it's distress situations in their family, so they react and respond. Misdemeanors are even more violent crimes. But having the community increase those individuals, those individuals, and so we would bring them along and make them feel like they can bring the community down. We have to help them there. We did that. That would embrace them.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Good.
I was thinking of something along those lines too, that success can be full parks. Like you go out on the beach and parks can be full of you. Because you know the community's engaged and enjoying. And if there's enough to do.
So games and activities, all kinds of maybe projects or programs that are happening within our parks. Or even within like during the winter time, even having more than just a community center, maybe the senior center and the community center and where the Y is going to go. National Guard. I mean, it would be nice if we have all of that. Right?
Yeah, I would love to see that. I haven't seen that before.
4 or 5 years.
That came up last night at the meeting, and
He's just a property. So we don't need to.
yeah, and maybe that property owner is decide to sell it to them. I don't know. It will change what it's being used for. That would have resources as well. So let's say them coming in and building a facility that brings.
Part of
people
town
into
has
our
really
community who have those,
seen some big improvements. It was real
walls that are behind us,
industrial
military,
and a bit run down. So it's just in the last 3 years, major change. Yeah, railroad tracks, still right there. And so everything in one there was kind of based on that. This was I think an old feed store.
Community area that they had as a
And a restaurant.
So that's what that was the
part of it.
conversation we were having.
But an older kind of
That sounds exciting.
I pictured what they had in Virginia, which was
Those
essentially
apartments are
park
new.
because
That
they had
building
that place
is
for you to do
across the
the
street.
trains, basically, the trains. There was
Space where the grocery store is across the road here had been vacant for at least since 2008. I've never seen it there, so that's restored it.
We had all very close to the Georgia parade. It's
A
actually.
lot of really some positive things.
Because it was so big there, and I know we're not gonna come to
Yeah,
that.
this is quite a building, isn't it?
There's a
Can't
lot
list
of
further stuff.
places because, yeah, you use it 10% of the time.
And this is the newest
The other 90%.
I love to see the library so close to the core. Shelton. Their library is like, they really killed the downtowners. The development. It's already had its struggles and also Walmart's over there.
Anchorage did that too. When they built their Anchorage, Alaska, they put it kind of way in south.
Relationship in other cities.
They call it Midtown, but it was really the south part of town, but about in the middle of where nobody was.
They had this brewery was, and then there was the community, and that was kind of their downtown. And they just like, community center, just the high, just sits down, just weird spot.
I'd love to see that. And we're trying to.
City council. So they've just.
We give it trash
Such bad planning choices. Because what the original downtown and where the brewery is, it's just a monster complex of buildings, but I mean, someday someone's going to buy and tear down some of that, rehab some of it. It's around the Deschutes River, there's Deschutes Falls there. Just a few miles from Columbia. It's a primo place. And some things happen, they just make it hard to do themselves.
They're gonna.
Miles away in one direction, then you gotta go down another way, and then there's just sprawl or something.
I don't think I've ever been there, you know, unless it's kind of on the north, is it north west of Olympia? Southwest, southeast, is it Shelton? Or
Shelton is right, yeah, Shelton is northwest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tumwater, yeah, I haven't been to Tumwater.
It's got some real. A friend of mine, actually, his father-in-law, he just did this thing, kind of good spot near the downtown. Where it's right close to Park on the river, they've done like this still in the district kind of. Streets. Got a collaboration with some people out in the college. Courses to go on there.
Along with, having schools, recreation.
Creating those kinds of little centers.
They've already got their slogan, you know, it's the water and a lot more. I remember those old commercials for Olympia. It's the water, ole.
We're all aware of one another, what each other's needs are, take care of each other. Are we healthy or not? When we do that, yeah.
And that goes back to the simple things like.
Connor's getting its second brewery.
Just those little.
Number two.
I've been there 3 times. I'm trying to remember what places I've been to. Eaten a lot of places. You do that when you go to the treats. And then my wife and stepdaughter ate somewhere on the breakfast place, which is pretty good. That's a nice, beautiful.
Love it.
Some of the architecture, some of the houses.
And that helps us get that.
So we're about 5 more minutes of this conversation.
We all need to feel like we belong.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, not making people feel left out of it or encouraging them to come and join.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not calling. Why?
So what would the housing look like for the person? What would the housing look like? Is that right now? We have the housing.
Do you have thoughts?
I mean, I would see it as like a mixture of, you have the high, middle, and low. So everyone at different income brackets can find housing suitable for what they can afford.
So I guess playing on that, maybe surveying the income for the area so that we can get an idea of maybe this percentage of housing in this bracket, this percentage in this bracket, so that we make sure as we're approving our funds, we're kind of filling in the gaps that are missing. If we have those tech industry jobs, so the state of the art, that's going to be people who expect housing.
Exactly.
If you have a factory come in, yeah, that's why I brought that up. I heard that too. But at the same time, you need those entry level houses for the people whose kids are moving out, because when my son turns 18, I prefer him to move out on his own and be able to pay rent and be a fruitful member of the society. But if there's no place for him to go that he can afford to live, that won't happen.
And we see. Saving for your parents is definitely not money for everyone, but the market right now is very pricey. And so. I don't know what that's like. And will that mean then that if the neighbor chooses to marry, will they have double income? So, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Just to
No,
survive, just to
I
survive.
understand, yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have, you can also quite honestly. We'd rather see children do it on their own. So it's more fun. Certainly. Because we want that.
I had something interesting idea. If you build like upper, middle, or higher housing first, and that's what we're focusing on, then the people that are in the middle will move up out of their existing houses. And then the people, their housing builds the capacity. So as people move up, their apartments or condos or houses become available for other people to move into. And at the high end, if people don't build them, they have to lower the price. And so then all of those prices.
I think that's actually, that is.
So, and we kind of have seen that policy.
She thought about it, and she thought
The
about
homes
making
that were
it yellow.
built in the 20s and 30s. So those were just average homes. But during the 70s.
All right, so another minute here. Let's bring your attention back here. All right, welcome back. So do we have everybody here? We do. So the next thing I want you to do, and this is an individual exercise, just for about 5, might take 10 minutes, probably won't take that long. We'll just see how long it takes. You got some sticky notes. So from your conversations, the invitation is to like extract 2, 3, 5 things, however many you want to get there. What are the 2 or 3, maybe more things that really exemplify the conversation you had? So the idea is one idea per sticky note. Like in terms of what would success look like 5 to 10 years down the road, just trying to pull out, write down one item per sticky note that really exemplifies or stands out from your success conversation. Make sense? Okay. Well, one item per sticky note. If 5 things stand out for you, exemplify your conversation, or they're really like, that really defines success for me, then do 5. And right, raising it clearly so others. You can add some detail there. You got some room, obviously more than one word, but if one word captures it, that's fine too. Do you have a question? Sure. Okay, so one of the ways to think about this is like in sports exercise. Imagine that right now, I was a partner and I came in outside of someone talking about Sedro-Woolley. I said, wow, Sedro-Woolley has really kicked butt and done amazing things in this community. Can you tell me what it looks like? What is the things you've achieved, basically? So that means we have, we've gotten all the youth engaged in activities. We built these great parks. We developed these great collaborations across the community, whatever success means for you. Well, this is going into the future. This is forgetting your reality. It's like you're imagining, oh, like this is, we've really done it.
Start, you can.
Everybody need another minute or two? Looks like 2 people are still writing. We'll give it another minute or two. Okay, I see a couple people are still writing. That's fine. And if you can even add to this after we start into our next thing, but here's what I have in mind. So I want to mix it up. Well, first of all, let me just say that I did invite the city staff over here to contribute to this conversation, or at least to have their own conversations. And I would like to just see what does the council think about including their input at this level? Everybody feel good about that? Okay. So what I propose is I want to like mix up the groups, but in groups of 4, I believe there'd be 3 groups of 4, however you mix them up, doesn't matter, but ideally different than you were just in. And what I invite you to do is kind of one at a time, like someone lays a sticky note on, presumably on a table. We can move these tables, or you could do it on that little table or on the floor, one at a time, kind of put one down, read what it is. Don't go into it in great detail because you won't have time, just enough to describe what's on your sticky note. And then you're going to do some grouping. Like, okay, this seems like these belong together. They seem very similar, actually, or maybe they're kind of similar, maybe not similar enough. That's your decision. And then you're going to have some clusters of things, right? So that first round is one at a time, just hear what the other person said without going into a lot of dialogue about it, and then see if there's some natural clustering. Okay, that's step 2. And then the third step is see if you can kind of create a heading or a title for that. So if you can, like take out a sticky note, and like the heading might be it's around parks or something, and what is that? If you want to get creative with it, you might have heard me describing over here to this group. It's like another way to look at the exercise you just went through was, and I've done this with groups, is you think about like I'm a reporter, and I heard about the great things that have happened in Sedro-Woolley. And so I wanted to come in and interview you. And so when we sat together in pairs, I was asking you, okay, hey, tell me about the good things. Tell me what did you do and what were the results? And that's how you were kind of coming up with your definition of success. So you could even, instead of just creating a heading, you could even create like a headline. Another way to think about it. Does that make sense? So first you're going to get together one at a time. You're going to hear them, see if there's some natural groupings, clusters. And then once you feel that there are, if you feel that there are, then create a heading for that with a separate sticky note. Create some organization around that. Sounds good? All right, so mix it up, and we can roll these tables roll, so we can be pretty dynamic that way, whatever feels good. These are great rolling chairs.
Coming in on some of this, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think we're good. That'll be okay.
All levels
Oh,
of
yeah,
leadership,
that's fine.
like,
We need to draw our own.
I live here in-
So we're creating the job.
So I can identify for different.
All of our commercial space, so citizens can get I don't think I did what is it?
Yeah, here we go.
And we've got reaching out.
No, I can't.
Actually, parts are full of meetings.
We got verification, right? So the government body use knowledge for like a Trump
Haven't we all?
Yeah, it's more of system house. So, yeah. One of the things that we're thinking
So we got 5 more minutes for this. See if you can work on your headings.
No, it's just, you can right up to the sports yeah, exactly. Well,
Yes.
Yeah, so,
support big jobs.
I'm like, you know, after many years of talking to people at the counter, it was.
There's plenty of room.
Are people ready to come back together out of this exercise? Looks like you all are. Okay. All right. Get your attention here. Oh, you're the keeper of that?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so the lunch is gonna arrive, the food's gonna arrive in about 10 minutes, so let's see what we can do. We'll have to continue some of this after lunch. Well, we'll give you some time to eat and then we'll start working again, but using this surface here, I was thinking like one group at a time would bring up one cluster of thing, and if there's a heading for that, just stick it up here. And then if there's any other group here that has something that's very similar to that, bring it up and put it here. And when you bring yours up, very brief. We do not have time for everybody to go over everything that's on every sticky note. We'd be here all day. So just like the heading and maybe the general theme, maybe one thing on a sticky note that really kind of captures that. Bill, do you want to start since you're
Sure. You write it down up
right
here.
there? Well, just stick it up there. Yeah.
Support economic development.
That's the heading. Yeah, I can, you stick the other sticky notes just up and around there for now and just have it there. Is there one that you want to call out there?
Let's see, sales tax revenue to support the budget.
That would be success. There is the revenue to support the budget.
Tons of new successful businesses, attract visitors, grow our own within the community, create jobs.
Okay, so someone have something, a cluster that's very similar to support economic development. Let's see, put those underneath there, if you don't mind, you know, I just kind of like stack them underneath there. Nick, you're going there? Oh, you can put that right next to it or below, whatever makes sense. If it's close, it can. It's very, very similar. It's the same concept and just.
So these are pretty much the same concept in business, like supporting business. Building better relationships with our businesses.
So he's saying this is really business focused about developing and supporting relationships. So at some point, we might even fragment that out a little bit. It could be under economic development. There may be a different business part of it. Maybe there are other parts of it. But I don't
Keep it in a column or?
Well, we could keep it a column for now, and then maybe the next step would be to organize it a little bit differently. So what do you have there?
We have a vibrant business community.
Just want to make sure everybody can hear this here, folks.
Full business capacity, self-sustaining community, residents can work and shop, recreate and see the world.
Okay, so you can see there are some things that are not directly business related, so we might be able to parse that out a little bit, but
We have a vibrant downtown,
downtown's more specific, yeah.
vibrant central business district,
Okay.
and no vacancies.
All right, awesome. Anything else that's economic development related?
You have the new cutting edge businesses, Swiss Center, Booming, and probably new shops.
Okay, let's just put them on here somewhere.
And we have strong tax base as well, but I'm not sure if that should be off to the side or.
Let's put it on the side, and because I do think some more organization of this. Okay, so it's obviously a lot around economic development. So just who wants to bring another cluster forward? Okay,
You have in public safety. Under that, you have no traffic, fully staffed police and fire, safety for children and families. Bringing back the mental, emergency hospital. There, with little to no growth in homes.
all right, this is under improved public safety, whatever. That's imagined here. Anybody else have something that's in that category?
I was saying one.
I think so, yeah. Like
Okay, so we have adequate staffing, budget self-sustainability, improved support for departments, streamlined government, facilities, recreational facilities, indoor and outdoor. For the governing body to use technology to bring us together and create interactive communication.
So some of these things are just about community building as a means to improve public safety. Some are directly support the public safety system. Is that right? See that? Yep, okay. Anything else in this realm? Okay, another cluster. Looks like you have a cluster. Yeah.
So this would be like small government, less is more. Simplify the government and encourage government efficiency.
Okay, and then there was another streamlined government in there. I saw somewhere else.
Yeah. So we could probably move some of the.
Could be potentially do that. Yeah, you can do that now, or we can do that after this exercise is completed. Does anybody else have anything else?
Housing.
Housing. Okay.
Availability at all housing levels, well-rounded housing availability in general.
You can stick ours with it. Thank you.
So did you have another one? No. Anything else?
Thank you. I have one that I'm not really sure where it goes. I just have embracing diversity, still appreciating our culture and continuing with our traditions, but celebrating others.
Put it up there somewhere. and We'll call it its own thing.
Yeah, stay true to our values.
Okay.
We have a healthy, beautiful, and active community. I think that's.
Yeah, put it over on the right side. Yeah.
And so no blighted properties. active park use. Happy, healthy, safe community. Community watch. And community safety.
So it could be that some of those, maybe even those last three, I'm not sure, but they could maybe go into the public safety one. It's hard to say. It's kind of your call. One of the things after we have some lunch, I'm thinking if there's 2 or 3 volunteers that during lunch, the early part of lunch, would like to come up here and try to do some at their own, it's like, it's never gonna get this perfect, right? But to try and see if they want to do some more clustering or organizing of this while other people ate, that would be something that we could do.
I think these ones are more based about the community, which probably goes straight through to our values, but it's a lot about listening to the community and applying those ideas to what we do as a government body.
Okay. Anything else? Is that all of them? Okay. Well, here's what I propose. That we're right on time. In fact, for lunch, a little behind on this exercise, which is fine. But let me ask, is there 2 or 3 people that would enjoy, like, after they have a piece of pizza, coming up here and spending 10 minutes to play with us a little bit on behalf of others? Or do you all like to just do your thing?
I don't like going up there. We could probably write down like the main ideas: business, safety, housing, gardening.
Sure. It's like, when you look at some of them might get already, but particularly economic development seems like it has its own, there are sub elements under there. And if that makes sense to do, then do it. If not, then. All right. So with that, why don't we have, we're after about 20 minutes of just eating and doing whatever, then we're going to have, get back into it again. And you're going to have a little presentation from city staff on some of the baseline current reality related stuff. We'll go from there. Sound good? Enjoy your lunch. Shall we come back together? We all had a good lunch. Is everybody here? Are we missing? Feel like we're missing someone. Glenn is not here. Well, just where we're going to go next is, and you remember this image that I showed up of this process called backcasting. And then this is, today, right? This is baseline, this is current reality. And that's where we want to go in the future. It's a little bit vague, undefined, still at some level here. And the approach that we're taking is what I refer to as a backcasting approach. The idea is instead of forecasting, like projecting trends, doing scenarios of what the world could look like in the future, which could be exhaustive, too much time, and also the world just changes too fast. It's really hard to do that. So this approach is designed called backcasting because you begin with the end in mind. You start with the end in mind, then you go back to current reality, and then you ask yourself, what do I do today and subsequently, in what order to sort of move myself progressively toward my definition of success. So that's kind of the approach we're trying to take. And in just a minute, we're going to spend just a little bit of time on the current reality. Before we do, I just want to go back and reflect on what we just did. We spent some time in success. Your mission, again, as I said, is where the definition of success lies. Things like values tend to reside at the system level. These are things that we hold dear, and no matter what we do, we're going to adhere to our values. They're baseline. I mean, they're foundational. They're non-negotiable, you could say. Normally when I'm doing like a full-on strategic plan for a group of any kind, we're not going to nail our goals down today. We don't have enough time. And So what I would normally do is walk away from a retreat like this. We might spend a little more time on this goal thing. Because this is now that success conversation is where goal categories begin to emerge. And the fodder for a strategic goal is these notes, right? And I'll go off and I'll know what I know about creating strategic goals. And I'll look at this stuff and I'll start drafting ones that I think sort of make sense. And then I'll come back with the group and then we'll dig into it again and we'll spend more time on it. And then eventually the goal is to come away with a pretty, we might end up, like at any initial exercise of the group with 7, 8, 9 different potential strategic goals falling under different categories. Right here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories. And you could even probably, break this down a little further if you wanted. But you don't want that many goals. For any organization, you really want a tighter set, 3, 5 at the most. So we're not going to get there today, is what I'm saying. But let's just sort of know where we're at here, and we'll hold that. And I do have a handout. Let me hand this out to you, just so you have this as reference as we're thinking about this. You can be a takeaway. We also have these slides, but this is basically the all on one piece of paper, the 3 different slides I had around what makes a good strategic strategic goal. Again, we have some categories that are emerging here, and then you've got your goals from last year. I've already poured cold water all over your words as they expand, promote, improve, advance. So, and there's a justification for that on this here. But we have a category that's around business and/or economic development, depending on how you want to look at it. It's clearly a lot here. So this is important to you, obviously, right? It's related to growth, it's related to planning, and there's a good sized grouping of stuff that's around just business, supporting business, making this an environment where businesses can thrive. There's a few here that talk about the downtown, at least 3 that just talk specifically about the downtown as a sort of a nucleus of, but not the whole business community. So there's a goal, or maybe 2 goals here somewhere: jobs, Swift Center, self-sustaining community, attract visitors. There's a variety of things here. So if I were to spend some time on this, I might try to draft up 1 or 2 strategic long-range goals, and I would phrase it in a way that suggests, like, when we succeed, like 5, 10 years down the road, whatever time frame you want to look at, it looks like this. We have created a robust, thriving business community with 0 vacancies. Maybe that would be too aspirational, or something like that. But that's where I would sort of try to take something like that. And then if that's a 5 or 10 year goal, then you've got a plan for the future. You've got to do things. So you probably break that down into some milestones or some measurable objectives, 1 year, 2 years. So that's planning, right? So you've got a big cluster around safety that seems to have 2 different pillars of it. One is around what we think of as the public safety system, fire, police, community watch, things like that, fully staffed police and fire. And then you've got this other thing that's just around this little not as clear, safe community for children. That sounds like a good goal. What does that mean? What would it look like to have safe community for children? Little or no drugs or homelessness. And then this sounds a little bit more like an action, but bring back mental hospital. Something around mental health. You got a housing one, there's a variety of things around housing, diversified housing availability, well-rounded housing availability. So availability is key here. It sounds like some thinking playing around that. There's an outlier, no traffic. I don't know where that one goes. Community input, at least that's the heading here. There's a bunch of things around embracing diversity and staying true to our values. A government that is great at communicating directly and properly, a body that comes together on ideas and policy for clear goals, supportive. And then here, this is small government. There's a couple things to talk about that. Simplified government, government efficiency, improve supportive departments, streamline government. So that sounds pretty important there. And eliminate city government. No. Is that what it is? And then what we have here, healthy, beautiful, active community, healthy, happy,
happy, healthy, safe community, jobs out to the park, so no budget properties. No blighted properties, okay, yeah. And then recreation, some stuff around facilities, recreation, outdoor sports, active park use parks, full of activities, communities engaged. So there's some overlap there, a lot of overlap, and in some places where you got something new here, housing is new. There's infrastructure over there. We haven't spoken much about infrastructure here. Finance, this is where you got this related to economic development, strong local tax base, sales tax revenues, and support budget, stronger tax base, budget self-sustainability, sustainable budget, and staffing.
So these are emergent categories, and we're just not going to get today out of your strategic goals. We're gonna have to accept that. I am willing to work with you to try to sort of help move these along a little bit further after today, but I think you have enough here to work with to take us into the next exercise. What questions do you have? Thoughts? Okay. So we're going to go to our next thing, which is we're going to spend some time here on baseline and current reality. What is today? This stuff, and to some extent, that stuff represents at least what we know about your definition of success, where you want to see things go in the future. And so as part of the baseline current reality, we're going to get a presentation from your planning director on how would you define, I'll let you define what your presentation would be. And take it away back now.
Oh, well, you could be on this one. Sure.
The other slide presentation? Okay.
So I've given you handouts for 3 different things. One is the first conversation that's about growth and just about how we plan and how we accommodate growth. And then I'm going to, along with that, and some data about population growth over the past 31 years. So back to 1990, a lot of data in there. I'm not going to go over it, but I thought you might all be interested, so I put that together for you. And it's obviously background information for the growth conversation. And then I'm going to slide into the 5 things in 5 minutes that all the departments are going to be talking about. So we're going to start with a primer on just growth and go from there. Sorry. The 2 slides look a lot alike. I'm a firm believer in having things look uniform, and then I look at that and go, wow, they should really look different because nobody can tell them apart. Sorry about that. Charlie, can you give me like the 5-minute and the 2-minute one, and then you start for the growth one, and then we'll slide into the other presentation. So I was asked to talk a little bit about our growth. So we go to the next slide. Just the basics of how do we accommodate growth? So we plan, and why do we plan? So largely it's economic development. The city council recognizes just from the last council meeting previous to this, we had a request from somebody that changed their land from mixed commercial to residential because they wanted to accommodate housing. So this is like the first bullet point right there. We need land to accommodate jobs for 20 years. So I appreciate that the council recognized that and was like, hey, let's not throw out our commercial land in order to accommodate housing, which is a really big issue right now. If you leave the board over here, so housing obviously is in the forefront of everybody's mind, but I appreciate the clarity that council has about recognizing we also have greater goals of economic development, and protecting our commercial land is really important. And commercial land doesn't grow on trees. Once we let it go, it's gone. It's going to then remain some other use, and so we need to plan for where it goes and plan for future jobs, because you can also tell that economic development is by far the biggest goal of the city. So we're trying to provide for places where job providers can have their businesses. We're also part of our economic development plans, residential as a driver for commercial. You probably all heard when Doc Campbell's pouring you somewhere, he talks about drive-by and rooftops, and like try forever to get a Safeway, but there's not enough traffic in I-5 going by in order to drive the Safeway to come in and put something in. So those larger businesses are looking for a certain amount of people in their town. So we do actually need to, if we want to see some real commercial growth in the long run, we're going to actually need to like rooftops, houses. So people need to live here in order for businesses to want to come here. And then talk about good schools. Sedro-Woolley's got a fantastic school system. We hear about it whenever we're out in the region and that it's economic development things. The school district does a great job of teaching our youth, and from well-educated youth comes a good workforce. So that's why Janet can draw from locally educated people and keep people in town. So like these words like synergistic. It's all homegrown, but it is kind of a reality. So we also plan so we can direct growth in a manner that meets the community's expectations, and that's a lot what we're doing here today. We're talking about what does the council want to see growth look like in the future of Sedro-Woolley, from what you tell us and from what the planning commission hears from you, and the planning commission hears from the community during their growth management updates cycles, when they're talking about comp plan stuff. This is the meat and potatoes of what they do. They talk with community members and they see what does the community really want. And you can do things like this at the planning commission, people show up at meetings. But essentially this is what we're doing. We're brainstorming from the community and the brain trust of the planning commission with support from staff that experiences and information to the planning commission to determine what are our goals and policies. And I can assure you, we're talking about quality over quantity. We're not here planning for as many people to move into town as we can possibly get. That's not the goal. That's not how our growth management plan works. What we're looking for is quality growth. We want facilities and buildings that look nice. That's why we have design review. That's why we look very carefully at where housing should be, what kind of housing. And when we talk about housing, again, I'm here to see one of the things that I said the council is interested in is a variety of housing. We want housing for people that don't make a lot of money have the opportunity to live in Sedro-Woolley. So that might be apartment housing, it might be ADUs, it might be very small houses on very small lots. And then we also want to accommodate for the people that we are going to work at this at the Smith Center when it's moving. We're going there. So providing not just living wage jobs, but also better paying jobs, and then getting those people to stay and live in town. And the way we do that is we provide housing for them too. So the whole gamut goes there. So how do we plan? We talk about a comprehensive plan. So, thank you. And I talked a little bit about the goal setting that the planning commission does, and that trickles down from the city council's goals and policies and the objectives that Paul was talking to you about, the city council goals and objectives. It all starts with the greater idea that comes from the city council and the community. It trickles down into these various plans. Start with the comprehensive plan, goal setting, policies, and then that comprehensive plan then guides our municipal code, and it's down there, the design code, separate policies. It all trickles down from these greater concepts that we're talking about. And I love that we have this exercise today. What does 100% success look like? Because that's really what we're trying to achieve. We're not just willy-nilly trying to accommodate growth. We start with a vision, and then we develop our plans going down. Our comprehensive plan isn't just a plan on a shelf. It talks about how the police, fire are going to accommodate the projected population growth. And I haven't even got to that. How else do we plan? We define our growth area boundaries, and that's based on our population projections. We use our zoning map to tell us where each type of development is going to go and how they work together. So We don't put a factory next to an apartment complex type thing. And we have economic development plan that we work on with EDASC and state council of governments. The whole population projection process I've talked to the council about in the past. This is where we started from. So right now we're in a 20-year horizon, started 2016 to 2036. Through working with the county and the other jurisdictions through SCOG, we determined what is the county's projected population going to be based on numbers where from Office of Financial Management. And they look at, and we look at, how much has the county grown over the past 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, 30 years, and we see trend lines. And we use that to determine what our population projection is likely going to be. So magic 8 ball? No, you can only base on past performance and current situations. So that's how we start with these projections. And then we filter it down to each community. How is each community grown? How are they all come together? And does that meet the projected population for the cities, for the county as a whole? And all of that's, on the next slide, we're talking about, the projected population analysis. We're going to be doing this process again, starting in 2025 to 2045. And this council has a tremendous amount of interest in it, so I'll keep you updated as we go through that process. What are the projections going to be? We don't know yet. We'll find out in the next couple of months. Then once we get those projected populations, then we do a buildable lands analysis. We look at every parcel in the city and say, has it been built out entirely, or is there potential for more development on each parcel, or is it vacant? And then we can determine, well, with this much land left in the city, we can accommodate this many people. And then from there we say, okay, so we're projected to go to here, we're here, we've got X amount of land in between. We can either determine, do we need to expand our urban growth areas to accommodate future growth? Or do we change our zoning policies and increase higher densities throughout the state? Or encourage multifamily housing in certain areas or something to accommodate it? Those are things that you get to decide. And those are policies that we're going to be thinking about over the next couple of years. Or we can do a mix, of course, because we're trying to get a variety of housing income. As part of that, I have a bunch of information here about what our population is from. And I'll just let you look at that on your own and draw your own conclusions. What I can say, it feels like we've been hit with a crush of population growth in the past few years. And what was pretty surprising to see from the numbers is that is not exactly the case. So I'll let you look at these until you can see that we're actually growing slower than we have been in the previous 2 decades. That is the time I have allotted for the growth part. So I'm going to slide right into the 5 things that we've provided. You want us to wait? No. You have more slides, or
You're gonna pull it up here.
okay. Over the other one. So it's 5 things. Sorry to quickly go over that. Hopefully there's enough information for you to look and see what's going on. I am happy to answer any questions offline at any time. 10 minutes goes fast. So let's go to the first slide. So our 5 things is born out of our department mission and the council goals and our basic development duties. We're here to basically provide a safe place to live and make sure that development happens in a safe an orderly fashion, and doing all the things that I talked about the planning department does. And then the building department comes in as the actual doers. Now that we've got all these plans, the building department now reviews them. Go to the next slide. Our department of philosophy is a friendly building planning department. Paul doesn't, how's friendly work? Is that too broad for you?
I don't know.
When we say it, we mean
Better than
service with a smile, and you get them on burning, you hear no. You come to Sedro-Woolley and it's a breath of fresh air. We just communicate with you. And we start from a place of what do you want to do? We'll see if we can get you there. But yes, with with the mind that's set, we're here to serve the community, not to serve the developers. Everything that happens is filtered through that lens. We're trying to actuate what the community wants to see happen. And the builders are the ones that make it happen. We try to encourage them, make them do what our vision is. So now let's skip on to the actual 5 things. Number one.
Could I jump?
You skipped one.
Here you go.
So in the building planning department, we have 2 brand new employees. And so we're working to bring them up to speed, and they're doing great. We love our new employees. We're looking for outside training opportunities to make them the best that they can be. And then, of course, we're looking for long-term plans for employee development. We want to be able to create our leaders from within. So we've seen lots of department heads that have come through the departments and grown into their positions, myself included. I started as an associate planner 16 years ago. Groups of Sedro-Woolley, learned the community, and now I'm the director. And that's what we want to be able to do with our excellent employees that we have now. So encouraging employee engagement, staff advancement, encouraging professional goal setting, and pursuit of leadership skills. One young person who doesn't know about leadership skills, but it's just not on top of it. They necessarily teach in college. So encourage those opportunities. And then number 2 is replace our retiring staff. We've got a great building inspector, but he's retired. And so again, more staff turnover, more staff development. That's C number 1 above. It's kind of the same thing. Get somebody in and then bring them along to be here for the long haul. Okay. And then we're working on process improvements in the permit center. As we're training new staff, we realized there's some inefficiencies and some things that just aren't working as well as they should be. So the new staff is pointing these out. So they're invested in the process. We're invested in making it a better process for the applicants and for us. I've chosen, the implementation is analyze, model, implement, monitor, and optimize. That's the business process methodology we use, 6 Sigma, any various type of improvement methods, but that's the one that I'm using at least for this presentation. And so there's just some minor things that we need to do, not a whole lot of asks, depending from these top 1, 2, 3 things from the council to support us, besides lending us your support, just appreciating it for trying to improve things and support our staff. Same with number 4 is moving to digitization. This isn't meaning that we're going to require everybody to submit everything electronically, but we want to make sure that everybody can. Also want to be able to digitize all of our existing documents, and Bill's been working with us for a long time on making that happen. We're just working on getting our staff up to doing that. So we're going to monitor building and planning department. And then number 5 is the big one. Number 5 is where we actually have some real asks for council on department needs. As I mentioned, in 2025, we're going to be updating our comprehensive plans required by the state. This time is a full meal deal. It's updating our growth area boundaries. It's updating the full comprehensive plan. updating all of those plans for how we accommodate our growth. So once we determine what our population projections are going to be through the county process, then we'll need to do our own studies to determine how we're going to accommodate that. And so the Department of Commerce is going to have grants available to do some of these studies, including buildable land analysis, including, go to the next one, updating the critical areas ordinance, updating the safety element, the transportation element, the fire department, and police department plans, all within the capital facility element. These are all things that we'll want to update. Several of those are getting a little outdated, and we want to make sure that they capture exactly what we need. Apologize, I don't have time to go chat about those things. And I'm always available for questions. So just in a nutshell, the department needs, as I just described, just a little bit of support from the council on the things we're trying to achieve, and then some financial support for plans in the future or to accommodate our future growth. Probably 6 weeks. I stopped. Yeah, I'm sure it's at least fine. We'll go 5.5 and stay on around time. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. If you have any questions, there's a lot of data here. Actually enjoyed talking about it. All right, Chuck.
Thanks, John. And that really helps. And again, in the context of where we are and where we're heading, we've been talking, that's in the context of what's the baseline, what's current reality, what's reality on the ground today to help us do the work we're trying to do with the remainder of our time. And so you may have lots of questions for John. But let's just spend like 10 minutes just trying to just capture whatever you had to say. What else would, for you, define current reality? You know, just what's important for us to know before we start moving into the future and looking at the gap between those two. Sorry.
So, well, we've each brought 5 things.
Oh, okay, my apologies.
Timeline or anything, but I want to make sure.
No, that may be a more efficient way. So do you have more presentations there, or?
Yeah, we've got Mayor's
Okay.
got one. Briefly, and
Sorry,
then,
I misunderstood.
you go to Pam, and then I've just got some handouts. We had some people who couldn't make it, so I'm just going to hand those around now. So Debbie and Mark.
Nope, more slides or just, now it's just handout.
I think handouts, a combination.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you got that.
All right, so that, I mean, those are just, what I handed to you guys there are just kind of part of what Lynn and I are working on as far as strategic plan, and these are kind of the topics I kind of picked as the 5 things that we are dealing with, and are of importance to us. What you're gonna find is a lot of them kind of tie into a lot of what we're talking about today, and what y'all came up with, and probably what everybody's gonna speak of. So I kind of focused on, with our department, we've been through a large kind of hiring process transition, and we're still going through that. 2019, we hired 11 officers. So my main focus right now is retention, okay? I want to keep all these officers and not have them go somewhere else after putting the time and effort to hire them, train them, get them going. So what do we do to keep these kids here, right? What do we keep how do we keep the officers here? So we do a lot of things already, right? We offer them training opportunities to build their skills and a environment that is fun, family oriented, and good working place to work, right? Things we do for them. We give them take-home cars up to 25-mile radius. that was a recruitment process, but it's also a retention process, right? They have a car, they have that they don't have to pay gas for to come back and forth with. The majority of our officers do live in town and in Sedro-Woolley School District, but we do have some in Bellingham. But knowing that, that's kind of how we pull and keep these guys. And that's how a lot of agencies work. Our schedule and schedule rotation, that's important to these people too, right? Our 12-hour shift, 4 on, 4 off, they get 4 days off. Okay, sometimes that gets interrupted with some training opportunities on the days off, but it really gives them a chance to break away, be with family, do things they want to do. At the same time, this also provides our best source of staffing. So we have 20 officers. This allows us to have 2 to 3 officers per shift, just because it works in that 12-hour shift and fits in 24-hour model. We do it 4 10s and all the way across. It gets jumbled, so our staffing is not the same all the time. Other things we do, we provide especially training, so specialties, like SWAT, commercial motor vehicle, all those kind of resources that gives them some ways to be involved with the department and their community as well, right? It also creates those outside partners, right, with our outside law enforcement agencies and such. So it really lets them buy into the department and buy into that training. I won't go into detail all that. Salary is a factor, right? Not the whole factor, and that's what we're trying to build here, right? But it does come up. So I'm going to jump to the next one. Staffing. It kind of all ties together, right? Staffing, having enough people to do the job and provide the services that the council and community wants, right? So how do we keep up with this growing community? That's a question I have. What triggers the addition of new positions? You know, John's provided some of that too. I think we're all hit on these points, but it's not just us, it's citywide. I mean, it's all departments. We all know that. I know that hard on the short. How are we going to fund all those? I want to consider looking into some grant opportunities. Now, is that sustainable? That's the hard thing. There's a grant that provides 3 years of paying an officer, but then we have to sustain it after that. So something to think about. I'm going to jump to the next one. Budget management. So it's really hard. I think we want to become proactive, plan versus reactive, but it's really hard. We're always fighting for the financial piece of the core problem, right? So overall, I think we all kind of agree on that. So we want to go to more of a planning approach, which I think that's what we're trying to do here, plan ahead and get that budget under control and see if we can find ways to add more resources for funding. My last, or actually I got 2 more things. So connections to the community. We do a lot of this through social media, right? So we're pretty good at posting things and keeping updated and providing that knowledge of what's going on a daily basis. I think that's done really well for us. And asking for transparency and stuff like that, I think that is our goal in this. But it always doesn't work out for us, right? So keeping that social media presence, I think, is been very good for us, the department, and expanding that citywide is probably the best thing to go through. We want to increase community meetings and have more involvement. Jerry Gardner's done a good thing as far as starting that back up in the schools. We're joining them at times, and that school tours are starting. We're opening up ride-alongs now too as well. So we're trying to provide those things that we did before the pandemic. All right, now I'm probably close to my 5 minutes anyway, but another key piece of this is our policies and procedures, right? Still working on that. That's the simplified set, online source, our policies, board department. It keeps us from becoming outdated, you know, with all new laws and changes. I'm not ready to push out the first tier. But just one of my thoughts there is when we do get these policies, and a lot of agencies are putting some of those high priority policies on their websites so they can research and look online and find that on there. So I think that's a added bonus. We'll be able to do that pretty easily. All web-based, so we'll be able to look up our policies out in the field, policies and procedures. If an officer doesn't know what to do in a certain situation, they can look it up and see, oh, okay, let's follow this. But I'm sorry, I don't have a PowerPoint or anything, just kind of reading off what I got and just throwing it out there. So I hope I gave you some good information. Thank you.
You. Who's next? Mayor?
So I got mine broken down into 5 things, being equipment, training, recruiting, staffing, and budget. Biggest thing, start with equipment, is the ER&R fund, which my predecessors, the Glenn Allens of the world, Mayor Johnson's, without this, we would be in a world of hurt. You look back at the years, when I first started almost 30 years ago, we were begging, stealing, borrowing, looking at bank sales to try to purchase anything. We had engines and equipment that were hardly even able to start. We'd go to intersections, they would die on us. With this ER&R fund, we're putting the money aside each and every month throughout the year and try to buy that stuff in advance. So that we don't get to the end of life and not have the means to take care of it. So with that, I thank you and I thank our predecessors to making that happen. With that, future replacements coming up. Right now, as you know, we signed the agreements to purchase 2 medic units last year. We're still waiting for them to be arrived or to be built and get the chassis. So should see those at the end of this year, first part of next year. 2023 will be speccing out a new mini pumper or brush truck. That's a 15-year replacement or end of life expectancy. With that, we just sent off a grant. So if we can get a grant to help subsidize some of that money, we'll save some of those ER funds to be allocated for other things. 2024, we have our oldest engine will be at 22 years. We normally do 21 years, but we'll start speccing that out at the end of next year, probably the middle of next year, depending on the supply chain, with hopes we get it in 2024. Right now, we're limping that one along as we speak. It's spent a lot of time at truck toys, and you'll see the maintenance costs go up on those as they get to the end of the life, but nowhere near what we were doing 30 years ago again. Some of the things that aren't on ER&R are radio replacements due to technology and needs. The last time we truly replaced all of our radios was about 16 or 17 years ago. So we have submitted a second grant. Last year, as you know, ours was denied. So as of today, it will start the opening of that grant that we did with all of the other jurisdictions around the area, with Fire District 8, 4, 16, and Dave Creek, Grassmere and Rockport. So if we get that, that'll be a $300,000 purchase of equipment that we are in dire needs of. And that'll be a grant of $30,000, matching funds of $30,000 we'll put forward for that. And mobile data terminals, again, we haven't replaced those almost 12 or 13 years. And we're looking at some grant opportunities for that as well. And the idea is if we can get these grants and replace them, then we'll slowly put those back in the R&R fund so that in 10, 12, 15 years, whatever the end of life or expectancy for that product, we'll be able to replace it without looking for loans or trying to find something in the budget to fix something on an emergency need. Training, we're utilizing the training site down here on 3rd Street that you all provided for us to maintain our proficiency and meet the requirements. Our new assistant chief, Jerry Gardner, is doing an amazing job. Some of the flexibility and the changes that we've done over the years, where we used to, 20, 30 years ago, we had training night on Monday night and Monday night only, because all we had was volunteers. So everybody would come in at 6 o'clock at night, we'd stay 3 or 4 hours and get the training done. Now we have career staff, we have part-time staff, we have volunteer staff. So not everybody can be here on Monday nights. So we'll have the same class on Monday, sometimes on Tuesday, sometimes on Wednesday. And we got folks that only come in 1 or 2 days a month. So Sherry is doing an amazing job of being flexible, teaching these classes over and over again, giving all those people different opportunities. So kudos to him. Recruit Academy, we've utilized the ARPA funds that you have allocated to us to do this Recruit Academy we're doing right now and push the money into our training budget to allow Amanda and Jerry to train the 4 folks that are there and hopefully recruit. Started another one was completed with the one that's going on currently. We have plans to get our 2 new assistant chiefs out there to get some training for fire plan reviews, sprinkler alarm certifications, and fire investigation stuff to get us to that next level and continue to give you the professional services that you need and want. Recruiting, I think I've kind of been a broken record with this for probably the last year or more. We're competing with all of the other folks in the region for the same pool of folks. Volunteers where we used to get 10, 15, 20 to come and apply at our one test we get a year. Now we're testing 4 or 5 times a year. And we have 1 new volunteer over the last 2 years. And hopefully if one makes it through the backgrounds and stuff this week, we'll have our second one in over 2 years. It's a true volunteer. What I mean by that is a person who actually lives in the city that can respond 365 days a year with a pager. Most of our folks that we've been getting who can actually get them to come in the door and stay are residents and part-timers that either live here at the station or they live somewhere in the region and drive here to get the experience. So it's a little different volume out there is what we're competing with and what we're using to fill the rigs in the schedule. With the recruiting, we're using the social media. Jerry's doing some job fairs, even some online stuff. We're utilizing public safety testing like law enforcement is that pulls from the entire region for anybody that's interested in these jobs that can do like one test and get their name out there to multiple agencies. We're using electronic signs in the community, including Bingham Park. We have an agreement with the high school. They put it on the stadium board out there for all the events. Skagit Valley College Fire Sciences program is one that we really like to use over the last 4 or 5 years because they have the kids that are coming in and doing the actual fire sciences and EMS programs that can get the experience right here while they're going to college and get their degree. We have board of directors seats on that program as well as the NCTA program over there that does fight for the kids that are in the high schools. Like Dan was saying, we're going out having lunch with the kids, we're handing out stickers. We're just starting with the middle school and elementary school to try to recruit them early and get them fired up and give them stickers and ball cards or whatever it takes. And then staffing. Staffing is a huge thing. Right now, we're having a hard time filling the scheduled shifts that we have out there. As we speak, we have the ambulance that's down 1 person right now. We have 7 shifts that are not filled this weekend. We had 2 or 3 shifts last week that never got filled because we don't have the employees that can do it. And we have an amazing staff of volunteers over the years. We used to have 40, we're down to 20. Unfortunately, that 20 are very overburdened, or most of them are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week at their normal jobs. They're running businesses, they have their families, and then with the mandates of regulations for training and certification requirements, we got them in at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock at night on Mondays, doing 2 or 3 hours. And unfortunately, we don't schedule our 911 calls, so we're pulling away from dinners and family events and soccer games for the children. And they do an amazing job for us, but we're down to 21 of those folks to pull from. We have currently 15 part-time firefighters. And then we have the budget right now that we're totally full with career folks, the 3 chiefs and the 8 firefighter paramedics that we have on staff. And as you can see on page 2 there, that we currently are scheduled for 61,320 hours of total coverage each and every year. That's equivalent to 29 full-time employees. If you divide by the normal 2080 employees or hours per year for each full-time equivalent employee, that would be 29 folks, and we are doing it with 11 plus a whole lot of committed, amazing volunteers and part-timers. So, as you can see, as you go back, I got some slides and stuff, which Mr. Richie Coleman on there helped me build some of these slides. But it kind of shows our decrease in membership. So since 2014 alone, we have went from having 40 volunteers down to our current 21, 22, which is a 45% decrease. And you go to your next page there, and we got the graph going the other direction. So our calls aren't stopping; they're not slowing down. They're getting more and more each and every year. In the same years, we were at 1,900 approximately in 2014, with this last year being over 3,500, which doesn't look like a lot, but that's an 85% increase. So 85% increase in calls, 45% decrease in people. And the expectation, those poor folks that are coming in and you know, we talk about small town community, people wearing multiple hats, doing what's right for the community. And we were talking earlier at our table is, 25 years ago, a lot of these people did this for a social interaction. They came in to the call to help their fellow citizens, their neighbors and stuff. But they came in, they had coffee, they stayed for 2-3 hours. They got in trouble for not going home and finishing mowing the lawn or doing their chores, but that was the togetherness, the family values that we're still trying to keep and maintain. But it's getting harder and harder because we're not running 300 calls a year. We're running 10 calls a day. So if they stay down there too long, I'm going to put them to work again and again. And we're not just having 1 call a day, we're having sometimes 3 or 4 calls at a time. So it's getting tougher. So at the next slide there, we're talking about, we have a continuous trend, obviously, of the reduction of volunteers, harder to draw in the volunteers and the part-timers even because the needs in this region alone are just astronomical. South County Fire down here in Linwood is continuing to do this regional fire authority where they're taking in more and more cities. And they got a $90 million budget now. And you know what our budget is? It's nowhere in comparison to that. And they're paying my kids, I call them kids because I'm old, but they come in here, they get some experience, and they go down there for $100,000, $120,000 a year before benefits. And they can still live here. They can still drive from here because they're only working 7 or 8 days a month. But that's hard to compete with when we're giving $18 a call. And we're one of the higher paid stipend programs, highest paid part-time program in the entire Tri-County area right now. So some of our other fire chiefs are going, why are you guys paying so much? Well, we're trying to do everything we can to keep and maintain and retain these folks, but we're doing $18 an hour for part-timers, $15 a call for our volunteers, and giving them scholarships and stuff to keep them, and we still can't. That's the issue is not going away. That same company the department at South County is hiring 40 to 60 more right now as we speak. Surfer is South Regional Fire Authority is looking for 19 right now as we speak. I have 3 more in interviews today, 2 at Bellingham and 1 at the city of Seattle. So they're waiting for their returns, and it's hard not to be proud because we as a community, as a department, have developed these folks to get to where they want and get their aspirations and their long-term goals. But at some point, we got to stop hemorrhaging the talent, retain the talent, and keep them in our community. And that's really hard to do with the limited amount of budget we have. And there's a slide there, or a paper there in the next page. It kind of shows those hours broken down by staffing. What we're doing as far as the to full-time staffing, the volunteers, the part-timers, volunteer officer program. These folks are coming in, being our on-shift supervisors on nights and weekends, and taking care of all the liability and the instruction and the leadership that we need, and doing it for pretty much for the goodness of their heart. They're not going to get rich at this. It's public service. And then the last page there shows the comparison of the major towns right around us with obviously, we don't have the sales tax revenue to compete with the non-Vernon Burlingtons, because we don't have the I-5 corridor and the big malls and big stores and stuff, big boxes that go with that, or the huge car dealerships. But as you look at Burlington's call volume, we're right there with them. In fact, there's been many years in the last 10 that we've been beyond them and doing more calls than they are on a lot less budget because of those amazing folks that we have and been part of that resident involvement. So that's what I have for.
Sure, can do it. If you guys don't mind, I'll stay seated.
You want to go while they're setting up? I'll just say, Mark and Debbie, those two form emails to me, and Mark called some add-ons. That's Mark was from the do. Mark's got a long list as usual. So I just can't write those on there. Just because if you've got questions, you can direct it to me or Mark. We'll see some similar themes there, like you've heard already.
Okay, I'll try to do mine a little quicker than 5 minutes if possible. Basically for IT, I wanted to present the 5 areas of focus to help the city achieve our strategic objectives. And those 5 things, those 5 areas are technology security, strategic planning, collaboration, communication, and succession. And on the security front, you know, it's a rough world out there. I don't know if any of you have noticed the increase in volume that we've had just of phishing attempts and email and other types of potential ways to entice you to click on something you shouldn't click on, or respond to an email that really isn't from the person that you thought it was. I know I've gotten some feedback from some council members on receiving those. The way we combat that is through our firewalls and email security. You know, we do all that we can to filter out those things or block them at the firewall if we can. We also provide endpoint protection to as many devices as we can, so that those are protected at the endpoint. We're stepping up our multi-factor authentication for as many types of accounts that you log in with the username and password for. And we'll also be planning to have recurring security audits and security assessments, not only internally, but from third-party external organizations. And another huge part of this is the user training. A couple of years ago, I put on a kind of a little quick workshop on how to best recognize phishing attempts and other ways that you could potentially get yourself into some trouble. So I'd like to do that again, and I'll be doing that for not only for employees, but for council too. I'll try to make that so that it can be presented. You can watch it at your leisure. But always remember, you can reach out to me if you've got any questions about anything. If I'm not available, Woody is really sharp. He can take care of most of those questions as well. On the strategic planning side, this is basically focusing on technology strategic planning. And the things that we'd like to consider are defining a vision and values and desired outcomes, accountability, and in the end, some sort of performance indicator so that we can go back and see how we've done, measure that, and see where we can make improvements or tweak things. As part of that, we want to see how we can leverage our interlocal agreements with other organizations. We want to do our best to help encourage, facilitate economic development that the city wants to include in its strategic plans. We also want to ensure that we have continuity of service so that there's no interruption of service for the city and the platforms that serve our citizens. Would like to leverage our interns if possible, maybe Richard, to help us develop some strategic planning templates that other departments can use as well. Next item would be collaboration, and how do we get buy-in for new technology from staff, council, and our citizens? You know, it's one thing to say, well, we're going to make an online reservation system so that all of our citizens, it's easier for them to do. You know, it sounds great, but you know, as we heard in some feedback today, you know, some folks are just not, what they want to do is pick up the phone and call and talk to a real person. So we need to make sure that we have that as well, but we want to make sure to sell those other options because it's way more efficient for someone to get online and make a reservation for something, or to call and with a few clicks of the mouse, pay their utility bill. Ways that we're doing this is through our technology advisory group within the city that was formed a couple of years ago and has members from each of the different departments that help us to identify new technology and kind of review it and see if we want to adopt it. And then we have individuals that take the lead on those projects. And a lot of times it's multi-departments that are doing that together. We also have our City Council Technology Committee, which will be meeting next month. Again, our second meeting. We'll be talking over a lot of policy and general planning for the IT department. We've got end user training and coaching. Again, it's a big part of making our staff especially comfortable with new technology so that it doesn't get implemented and then just sit there. So that's going to be a little more emphasis on that this year too. And for the citizens, I think that we can probably make better use of online surveys to find out where we can improve some of our citizen-facing technology and social media. Next item is communication. It's how do we improve communication with stakeholders and constituents? And there are a few things that we're going to be doing. Improving the AV features in our meeting spaces. We've already done that in our Skagit room and our municipal training room at City Hall. And the next item will be to upgrade some of the video features within the council chambers. That will be coming soon. And also for communication, we want to leverage our social media so that we can better communicate with citizens, and the more information they have about the systems we have, the better we are. Want to provide a virtual option for in-person meetings whenever possible, like we're doing here today. This is a hybrid meeting, so we've got the public could participate via Zoom if they wish to. And would like to be sure to post the meeting materials well in advance. We've made some changes within finance and the departments to try to get materials more timely to Serena. so we can get things posted. And I noticed that there's one to post today that I'll be posting this afternoon for the next meeting. And succession, which is an important one. You can't run an organization without talented people ready to move into key positions. So what I'm in the process of doing is developing a succession plan to present to Charlie. And we'd like to, as part of that plan, identify candidates. Since we only have a department of 2, that's pretty easy to do. It's not a given that we're going to, that people be promoted inside, but I think it's important to give them an opportunity to develop the skills that they need to have that opportunity to apply for those positions. So promoting professional development is very important through training and leadership opportunities. And it's important that we balance the benefits of promoting within and hiring from outside. You know, it's as we found with a lot of our director positions, sometimes when you hire from outside, you know, it's people aren't familiar with our community. It sounds good, they get here and it's not quite what they expected. So I think you always win when you can hire someone within, if possible. And that's it for me.
So I'll go next, and I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible, simply because you've already heard a lot of what I'm going to share, what I'm going to say. And so with the first slide, the first thing that I'm actually bringing forward is that it's actually a different world than what it was 2 years ago. We're living in a different era. We're working with different technology. You might say the pandemic actually launched us into the 21st century. I know it did for me. I'm using programs and had to learn things on my computer that, in all transparency, I do, but that's just the way it works. That's just the way that it's working in our society anymore. So one of the things that we're actually looking at, we're victims of our own success and we're victims of the pandemic. We're victims of the pandemic because we're having trouble staffing people right now. There's a lot of competition between us and other agencies to hire really good help. But we're also victims of our success because we have people who have stayed here for 30, some of them almost 40 years. And now it's come time to retirement. We're part of that Great Recession. They also call it the Silver Tsunami. You know, we're part of that. We're just victims to our success. So we're in the process of looking for individuals. That's nothing new. You've heard that already from our staff. But I did want to bring that forward. I'm not going to read everything on my list. You've seen my list, and so if you have any questions, you can ask later. The other thing that we're looking at is housing. That's something that's been a big issue here in our community. There's, ways of want to slow it down a bit. We're going to be looking at what we need to know more about housing and how that's going to work. We've had a lot of small businesses, but I do want to say that one thing that we did quite well during the pandemic is we took some of the COVID money that we received and we put out 10 $5,000 grants, which we actually gave to the businesses. They were selected. We worked with EDAS to do that selection. So we are trying to be supportive. I didn't know people were aware of that, but we're trying to be supportive as we move through these really tough times. It's a historic disruption and it's got long-term impacts. And I see a lot of people yelling, so I'm trying to be as quick as possible here. And I think the last thing is actually, this is Charlie's quote here: the cost of inaction in many areas is greater than the cost of action. So we are going to need to be a very viable, very conscious, a very communicative group. We're going to have to really talk about what we want to see happen. We need to be clear about our goals. We need to be clear about our direction. And in order to do that, we have to have all the facts. And that's what we're going to be bringing to you with our budget. And it's not going to be an easy budget to bring because it's going to be very tight. And it's also a result of many different things, the pandemic being part of it. So moving on to the second slide, we are thinly staffed. You've already heard me say that. Like I said, it has to do with a lot of it with the great resignation that's happened. But what I want to know from you as a council is how can we work with staff? How can we work together to actually bring about the support that we're going to need for our staffing? We're going to do part of that through training. That's something that's really important. One of the stickies that I saw up here was that they wanted to see government slim down. Well, you can do that a couple of ways. One is training, where you get your staff trained up. We're having to bring on more policies. We're having to bring on more technology programs. That requires training. So we're going to be coming to you and we're going to be upping our training budget. We're going to have to do that if we really want adequate, proficient people. And we want our people to be successful. Or I'm guessing you all want the same thing that we all do. We want our staff to be successful. In order to do that, they're really going to need the training. And that's going to mean upping the budget. The other way that we can do that is increasing technology. And we've already tried doing that. The phone tree has been a good lesson for us, because what we're discovering is what you consider really important, and we're trying to work with that. So the technology is another way that we can actually slim some of the government, be supportive of our people, and bring about the kind of service that is so important, that you're stating that is so important to our community. The other thing that we need to look at is maybe other ways that we can address staffing. Charlie has come in with some really good ideas. We brought in interns with the military fellowships. We've been doing volunteers here for quite a while. That's always been kind of a policy of Sedro-Woolley. But we are doing things like that to try to help our staff, to help expedite some of the policies that we're trying to put together. And we're going to continue to do that. So you're going to be hearing more about that. Questions, suggestions you may have, always welcome. We always want to hear that. Always want to hear that. As you know, it's been our policy to support staff, and you've already heard people talk about succession plans. You know that this is something that we need to do, just as Bill said that, you know, it's easier when you have somebody who's in, they know how our policies work, they know how our programs work, they're familiar with the departments. You want to do that. It just makes for an easier transition. So succession is really important. And we do need to do that within public works. Certainly we have that going on there. In particular, you know, Mr. Freiberger is going to be retiring here in a couple of years. Who's going to take his place? We're also short an engineer, which is instrumental for both building and public works. So to keep those, the growth happening, the projects consistent and moving forward, in order to do that, we're going to need to increase our staff in those areas and also bring about training so that there can be good succession in that area. The third one that we have is potential is great. That's really true. The potential is great. Some of you last night in finance, you actually learned that we're doing things really well here in Sedro-Woolley. We have kind of good retention as far as people who come in and work here and businesses that we have going on. I also want to say that the downtown is also increasing some of the businesses, which is exciting to see. We've had 3 new businesses come to town. We're working on economic development. We've connected with EDAS, we've connected with the port. You're going to hear more about those as each committee brings those forward to the council. Those things are really important. We've set aside with our ARPA money, I can't remember, is it about $250,000 or thereabouts that we are going to use with consultants and to bring about good economic development. These are things that you have told us you want, and they are things that we want as well. So we're excited to be working with you on this, and we look forward to seeing how that's going to progress. So, you know, thinking outside the box, the opportunities that we have here today to kind of think differently, that's going to be really important as we move forward. Sedro-Woolley has always been known as a city that has good technology. We've got cutting-edge technology. We've got businesses that are on the moon, as well as their products are on the moon, as well as around the world. So for being small, we're dynamic, and we can stay that way. We can stay that way. Achieving better financial sustainability. So that's something that's been brought up as well. You've already heard that we have a shortage in the finances to bring on the staffing that we need for fire. We have shortages in, bring on the people that we need in public works. Even in our finance department, that's growing in leaps and bounds. The work is growing in leaps and bounds. How are we gonna make that work happen without overworking our people? I know somebody said that we should try slimming down, trimming down. So that happened in 2008, where people were given 2 or 3 jobs to do. And here we are, how many years later, and they're still doing 2 or 3 jobs because we haven't really been able to bring on individuals to help with that. We're burning them out. We really are, and I can't stress that enough. We've heard Frank say already that they're working boo-boo hours. They've had brownouts where they haven't been able to do the job that our citizens actually expect, and we should be providing for them. The police department, we had that. The Prop 1 was great. It actually brought in good staff, and we're doing pretty good in that department. But we need you to, I know you're thinking about the public, and you have shared this, the importance of giving that public service. My question to you would be, how can we do that if we're short-staffed and not meeting all the needs? How are we going to do that?
So one of the things that actually came out of a meeting in the discussion that we had at city council, when Brendan actually mentioned, using COVID money, to retro pay, people. And then we got into a really good discussion at our finance meeting. And how do we use those monies? And one of the things that I believe was kind of going to be reviewed and looked at was a great idea that was brought forth between Joellen and Brendan, was, hey, we have this money, and how can we help our staff? Because in all reality, some of these people aren't there anymore. So how do we do that? And the fire police aren't handled the same way. How can we do that? Well, our thought process was, why can't we use some of that money to allow for a part-time or seasonal person for each department, and then that department can come forward and say, this is what we're looking for. So that person can come in, be trained, given these tasks to take some things off of these different departments.
Right.
Plates, give them something to do, and if they turn out to be a great fit, maybe there's a place we can find for them, so that they can come in and fill a position. But they can come in, they can understand the environment, they can be trained, take a little bit off of the plates of these various departments, and then that money is to be used to help the department.
The money's one time.
Correct.
It's not sustainable. So how do we do that?
Can I interject? This is a great conversation. I would like to ask you what you want to do, because right now you're at the actions level, things you can do. It will take us off the sort of structured process, but it may be the important conversation you want to have. I don't want to tell you what to do. So what feels right? Because I'm not saying we lose that. But.
Yeah. So,
I would say that's a conversation that it's nothing that's really presented at this point, but it is a conversation that may happen, and that we can help the city and the employees in the departments.
And
where is that?
I think that's great, but we need sustainability. Where is that money going to continue to come? That's the bottom line. Where is that money going to continue to come? So obtaining financial sustainability, responsibility, where is that money going to come from? And, there's ways that we can go about doing this, and we are going to be successful in whatever we achieve to do, whatever level that may be. It may not be the grand success that we want, but we are going to get there. We will get there because of talks just like this, suggestions just like this. But we need to think about in the long run, if we're going to bring somebody on, we have to give, and you think you want to keep them within the department or in the city, where is that money going to come to keep them?
Right. And that comes from future budgeting.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, that's something else that we need to really think about too, is that we don't want to be a city that actually goes out and overextends ourselves in a way that we are not being, we're not within the regulations, which actually could sabotage us, because then we won't be able to apply for any grants or bonds, especially the bonds that we may need if we build bigger projects such as our sewer plant, which is coming down the line. We're going to be building a sewer plant. That's going to require bonds. So we need to be fiscally responsible as we do all that. And then the last page, or no, the fourth page, I guess it is budget pressures are intense, as you've just pointed out. I'm not going to talk about the first three, but I will say that we do need to consider restructuring some services. And we've already begun doing that. As we shared with you, we're looking at what we can do differently with our court. Is there a way that we can actually save money by revamping how it is that we operate our court? That's one way that we're looking at it. And we'll need to consider additional revenues. It's likely that if we can't generate certain revenues, especially with the recession coming on, we may have to have some challenging talks, some difficult talks that will be coming down the line. I know I'm being a Debbie Downer, and I know, but I think that these are realities that we need to look at. We do have issues that are really getting to be at crisis level. Frank won't say that, but it could get there very quickly. If something were to happen within public works, and we somehow lost Mark or lost David, that is, David's our only engineer. Mark is our director, but there's nobody in succession line to take care of him. I mean, we need to think about protecting not just the departments, but the city itself. We have a responsibility to the people. We have a responsibility to our citizens. And so we have to think about that. These are hard decisions we're going to have to make. There's going to have to be maybe some tough talks about services that we can't offer for a while until we get through and rebuild fiscally. But I want you to be thinking about this. You hear really good things about what's happening, but we have choices that we have to make. We have decisions that we have to make. So I just want to put that out there. I want you to know that. And then the last thing is kind of we can work together. We got this. And so establishing goals. What are our goals? What is it we really want to see happen? Are they really pertinent times? Are they going to make a difference in our community? Are they going to make a difference maybe just right now? Maybe we only need it to do right now, bring somebody on short term right now. Maybe we need long term. These are decisions that we are going to have to make. We're going to have to look at that, weigh the pros and the cons and the cost that's involved in that. We're going to have to collaborate together on the budget. As I said, and as Charlie will share with you too, and he's already begun doing that in council meetings, and Debbie has too a little bit. We're going to have to do things a little different within the budget, things that we've been able to really look at that were raised off before. We're going to have to tighten them out. We're going to have to do things maybe not quite as be as spontaneous as we want to as far as hiring or putting out funding for certain things. I do want to say that we are excited about all of you, working with you, and making the changes that we need to make. This is a different world. We are looking at things through a different lens, and that is hard to do. And we're a different community than we used to be. There's a lot of people are exhausted, and there's mental health, and there's a lot of negativity out there, but there's also there could be some really good things that can be developed and that can happen through economic development, through the process of our parks, which, by the way, I want to thank you, because we're going to be able to really restore, that's what I'm calling it, Memorial Park. Within a year's time, that's going to be fantastic. We're going to have Olmsted Park, which is also going to be fantastic. We're looking to Reed Park, which, start putting money away for that so that we can build that. So there are things that we can look forward to. Or be so sleepy, I see your eyes. And I'm looking forward to working with you on that. I'd like to work collaboratively, and I'd like to work as a team. And so communication is everything. So we love hearing from you. We love your feedback. And I hope that through this day, through the strategic planning process, we can at least put together 2 or 3 things that are going to make a big difference in our community over the next year. And that's all.
Nice. So
I'm not gonna invite you to do any kind of crazy hokey exercise, but if it helps, you want to stand up and kick it off. We have a limited amount of time left or whatever, so I'm gonna ask you. There was the original idea was 4 o'clock end date. There was this question about 3 o'clock end date. We're behind. My mistake, partly about an hour behind from where I thought we'd be, because I misunderstood something about this presentation. My fault. But we could have either an hour left or 2 hours left, depending on what you in this room want to do, and then we can talk about what to do with that time. What do people have the ability to do? You have to leave it now. 2:45.
Yeah, 3:30.
3:30.
I think that the email, there was a 4 o'clock, but then the email I got the last one was 9 to 3.
Should we target 3:30? An hour is not much we can do in an hour. I will be honest with you there. But can we shoot for 3:30?
I think it's important to do the brainstorming and strategic planning and action. I think that would be good to have that opportunity.
Sure. Okay, so if I see general, okay, I can do till 3:30. So I'm going to suggest that if you have to take a break, just take a break and then come back, and we'll take like a formal break. So I want to make sure we spend this time as efficiently as we can. So just before we go into the next thing, are there just in terms of just defining baseline current reality, anything anybody wants to just throw out there, 5 minutes of stuff that would be useful to hear about what's true, what's current reality, what's baseline? Because that was pretty comprehensive. Just want to just test, see if there's anything missing.
It would be cool to, we have the sectors that we talked about, and just to hear from the council, the ideas that they have in common and action items we'll get to, depending on the time, about what they feel would be a solution for bringing a budget. And have that kind of in this general form. I thought that's what we were going to kind of do, is throw out some suggestions. Well, we need to increase budget. How can we do that? Well, how can we, improve impact fees? We have discussion on impact, things like that.
Well, so you're just talking about what are some strategies, actions, investments? What are things we can do to move us toward our goals?
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Yeah.
because we know what the goals are, or we get those from the meetings and whatnot.
Yeah.
But what can we do as a, to help brainstorm and bring some of those ideas to it?
Okay, so that's kind of definitely was a good chunk of the remainder of the day. And there was one other thing I kind of had in mind, which we could forego and get right into that if we wanted to. There was this question, is there need for any further discussion around any sort of like these ideas of tensions, things that would be smart for you to have a conversation around to sort of like get underneath some of the things that are there topics that just you need more time discussing. I'll give you an example of just a great tension I'm seeing in some bigger cities. It may not be the one for you, but like, okay, we're a compassionate community. And so we want to make sure nobody is left without the basic, needs fulfilled. And so that means services and shelter and housing. And then on the other side, there's like, oh my gosh, if we keep building all these shelter services, housing, more people are going to come. So it's like a bunch of people say, we ought to do more. We need to do more. Other people say, no, we got to stop doing this. We got to curtail. So that's a classic tension. And so in there's some middle ground. By having a discussion around it can be very useful. So we could spend a little bit of time just like surfacing. Are there any similar ideas like that? There are tensions are there topics like that to be useful for you to spend a little time on before we talk about what are things that we can do to move toward our definition of success?
Housing is the first thing that comes to mind. I think there's kind of two different camps that I see. There's people who just don't want more housing, period, or at least it seems that way to a point. And there's people who want to expand what the community needs. That's a good discussion.
People recognize that tension isn't something that exists in the community.
So one of the things that John brought forth, and I really appreciated, John, when I had some emails out, some discussions to get this data right here, just so we have a visual side of what that goes on like. And I think having that data actually gives a lot better understanding. We've already grown this much over this much time. So what kind of growth bubbles are we looking at in the future? What have we seen and how have we dealt with that? That gives us a perspective. If there's assumption with, we've only grown 10%, now we're growing 1,000%. That throws in a different kind of atmosphere within your own way of thinking. So I really do appreciate those, and it would be cool to have that chart possibly on the planning page. And that way, when it comes up in the community, like we are growing a lot, we can go, hey, yeah, but if you're at the planning page, you'll see there's a chart of what we've actually done over the last 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and how that growth level looks and what it looks like in comparison with other cities. So it's information and the tools for not only for us to understand or myself to understand, but also to relay other people. I find it informative.
Well, I think housing is an issue. And for, I mean, the reality of all of it, one of the things that we had come up and discussed just a little bit with John was the fact that the city of Sedro-Woolley is landlocked, right, as far as development. So right now, a lot of the developments we are getting are up because we can't go out. The only way to go out is north. And north was vetoed. We did not approve that at city council. So for us to have those developments that could be responsible growth with, you know, some different types of housing and not going up, and those high density housing units, right now we have nowhere to go with that. And so I think that it's not necessarily, at least I can only speak for myself, and you know, is that for housing, for me, it's not necessarily, it's not no development altogether. It's being responsible in the developments that are moving forward. And are those type of developments the type of developments that are going to provide, are the people that are coming into the town, are they giving back to the community? Are they able to do so? It's just like the discussion that we had for economic development with the Port of Skagit. You know, what kind of, you know, there's a base level and then there's above base level, and you have to have a certain threshold in order to keep a community thriving. And that is a hard reality and something that a lot of people don't want to talk about. But, you know, if we're going to develop housing, what does that look like and what does that bring in? And where is that going to be in 10, 15, 20 years?
I think Glenwood, I mean, that comes to my mind. I think, you know, Swim, I mean, Charlie Swim, would that look like 20 years ago when it looks like today? I look at some of these communities that grew exponentially, and, you know, summer, Swim is actually kind of a fun place to go if you guys ever go there. It's mainly sunny, which is nice. And they planned it out well, where it does have a good working order. But like Glenwood, very busy, and it grew so quick that somebody was approving that and somebody had plans to do that. But at this point, when you go there, a lot of those people are like, man, why did we do this for ourselves? We don't know our neighbor now. We don't know what's going on. I mean, we got money, but we don't have each other. And I think that's, you know, some things that are there to consider. We don't need to house everybody who wants to move here, I guess. I don't feel a responsibility to do that for myself.
So let me just say, so I want to kind of test this a little bit. So there's kind of maybe two related tensions. I'm not sure. One is there's growth. Argument A is we don't have to do anything to accommodate this growth. We want to keep things as they are. B is we're going to accommodate all this growth, no matter what it takes. And so is there how big is that tension in the council here? Are there some that feel like screw growth, we're not doing anymore, and then others that are just like, it's coming, we got to keep planning, we got to build. Where are we at?
I think you're on the extreme one, so I don't think anybody's like absolutely no growth, and I don't think anybody's like pull all the stops, grow. I think we're really well working as a team. It's just a matter of like maybe more this side and more this side of finding that area. But I don't think anybody's
Are we a team? Are there other people that have different views on that, or is there?
I think it's just responsible growth, period.
Yep.
We don't want to turn into Glenwood. We all agree that.
Yep.
So finding that responsible growth. But as Sarah said, really, if we're looking at our geography where we're at, we are landlocked. We can. So farmland, here's the west.
They can go east. I mean, I know it is not as attractive, but we saw from the graphs that John provided. I mean, we're not responsible for them, but Lyman, Hamilton, Berkshire, those guys are not growing that quickly. We don't need to house everybody that comes here. They could go east. They could go to another area that's local though, or, you know, they're building a lot more over in Burlington. So yeah, I think, but to the point, like, we're all well with each other. So it's not like such a tension where I'm not talking to you or you because you don't agree with my views. We have dialogue. We're willing to make that dialogue, even though we're like, well, this, and I think I weigh out people's perspectives heavily when I go home and think about it. I think, well, maybe so I think that we'd all kind of do that.
And I'd agree with that too. You know, I thought about what Sarah said at the apartment sense. I wouldn't disagree with that statement. If we're not providing industries that are going to have jobs for people who are in that financial range that is going to live in those apartments, then we shouldn't be building a ton of them. We need to look at what financial range in our economy is in need of housing. Who is driving into Sedro-Woolley to work here, as opposed to who is driving out, so that we can kind of start weighing the balance on the businesses we try to attract and the housing we try to attract, so that we're kind of meeting the need. That's what I kind of gathered from what you were saying with responsible growth. And I get that you're very concerned about the schools, and I am too. My son's going to go to public schools, and I'm not a mechanic. I probably won't go to private school too much, but
We take that out of it.
yeah.
You know, even just taking the schools out of it, and because we really aren't, I mean, we have no choice of what the schools decide to do, right?
Exactly.
You know, I just have been referring people to go talk to school board members. But at the end of the day, we have a duty to the people in our community to be conservative in how we move forward with that, because we are landlocked. And the reality is it creates infrastructure issues as well. You know, our roads, Highway 20 and Cook Road, aren't going to get wider anytime soon. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know, our police and fire can only respond so fast when they're stuck in traffic and people aren't moving over. And that, you know, and the amount of people that come in, and you've got these additions, so we've got additional calls, we have staffing issues. We have all of this stuff that is creating that funnel, you know, and so it creates a lot of these tensions, and I understand that this is a growing pain, right? Because it's not, this kind of growth is not sustainable. We don't have property for it. We really don't. But we have to be very aware of it. And even when we're talking about parking issues that go along with this mixed commercial residential use, right? The reality that we come into too is we're not 2019 anymore. People don't just go to work every day. A lot of people are working remote now. So if you've got mixed commercial use and these people don't go to work anymore, how are these customers going to come into the stores? Where are these employees going to park now? These people aren't assumed to go to work. You know, so now we have overflow parking effect in our states again. So it's more the development of it too. For me, it's not all just no apartments. There are other issues that go along with it. Take the schools out of it, we've got roads, we've got parking, we've got public safety, you know, we've got water, sewer, all of it is affected. It's not, and it's not just a short-term thing, it's what is this gonna look like in 10 years?
I mean, apartments over in Burlington, when they're building low income, what are the costs of those apartments? They're not low income. I'll tell you that. There's people coming in from the East Coast and they're working remotely at home after getting jobs in New York and Virginia and whatnot, and they're living in them, and then they pay a lot. So the idea that it's just low income and we're supporting all those people is, when it comes about, they're not. But there's other aspects too. So housing is one function, but like also you mentioned making more green areas around the town to make it so that we're not just building houses, but we're balancing that with the parks and the recreation. So there's this aspect that we can really utilize some of that as we're growing responsibly. We're also really focused here. When we get sidetracked with housing, it's all we're focused there in traffic. We got a river and there's no access to it really to Sedro-Woolley, and we're the gateway to the Cascades. We got a rusty train track that goes across that. We divert people away from downtown. We've got the Sealand, which is a wonderful place, but it looks like it died. You know, when you drive by it, we kind of blind it out, but it doesn't look appealing. It's not like, come visit Sedro-Woolley, you know? So we got these resources that we don't tap into, but we get to back.
Was it Brent?
Yes.
Yeah, you had something?
Yeah, I just had a general comment question on this. So one of the things I've heard over and over is that don't Seattle or Sedro. And, you know, I totally get that, being born and raised here. And so when I look at that from a growth perspective, like, what does that look like? Because, you know, if we want to not Seattle or Sedro, in my mind, that means, you know, no 10, 20-story high apartment, things like that. So then I'm thinking, how can we still accommodate some growth sustainably? And so one thing I'd like to just bring up for conversation is like the annexation of North Jones. You know, that was an opportunity for the city to grow, and we had all of the infrastructure in place to sustain that growth. And that was, you know, single family housing with some in the higher. So in my mind, that was, okay, this isn't a Seattle or Sedro. We're not building more apartment complexes. These are single family homes that, you know, could provide for some of the higher end jobs in this book center. That's kind of where my mind was. And so I'd just like to hear, what are some ways moving forward, if we get some more of these requests? Is that still Seattle or Sedro, or is that, you know, is that not sustainable growth? What would a sustainable growth approval look like on the council?
Well, I look at when we're bringing people that are wanting to come in and build our life, and or whatever. I think about what we're already experiencing and then adding that to that for the sake of growth. And I would rather hold off on that until we can, you know, get the infrastructure set up. We've got the fire, you know, taken care of, or at least better equipped. And then talk about annexing it. Like, it's a great idea, just gonna push pause for a minute so we can do that. That's how I feel when I look at that. Because we're already burdened so badly. I don't want to add to it right now.
I think the switch center is an option in other areas, but it's not ready yet. And then where do we draw that comment from? So we build the homes, but there's not a lot to do, because like I was saying, like, we're not utilizing our resources to make it very nice for not only patrons and tourists to come and visit and hang out, for our families to be here, but also recruiting talent to want to come here to build that switch center, or to build the next industry, or to build the next business. And so, you know, yeah, kind of like what you're saying, is having that multifaceted, not trying to build the growth, you put the horse before the cart, but what is the plan here? I would love it to get like a pamphlet, a 5-page pamphlet. I know I keep going and just put those pamphlets, but, you know, kind of like at one of the meetings, we had the opportunity to change the multi-purpose zone, commercial into R15. And we didn't want to, because that could be commercial. What does that look like? You know, are we looking at plazas in that area? Are we looking at the roads, the roundabout? Something that gives us more of a conceptual idea of what 10 years, 20 years, and that goes, okay, well, that may or may not happen. We don't build those businesses. It's something that could happen, or somebody's got a vision of something. I'm sure that's the reason why we don't want to necessarily do that. So it'd be nice to see that, you know, when you go to the switch center, there's a lot of work up there.
But it's not just the switch center. And we've got organic industries and Sedro that are both growing. And those are engineering jobs. They're manufacturing jobs.
They're looking for hiring.
And they're hiring like crazy for a huge growth.
So yeah, Dogwood, there's a lot of businesses in Sealand that are just really thriving right now. In other areas, I do agree. Yeah, there's definitely area for growth, but there's just not that like hoorah to bring in and be that on. So they're hiring, but are they able to find those? Is it an attractive area?
So what if I were to tell you or say to you that if we're not willing as a city to kind of look at a diversity of houses, including the higher end homes, we're not willing to do that. And then these companies will say, well, I can go elsewhere. My people don't, they want to be able to live closer to their job. They don't want to come from Bellingham. They don't want to come from Everett or Snohomish or whatever to do their job. They want to live in a nicer home closer to work. You're not providing that. We're going to leave. what would be your thoughts on that?
So my thoughts on that is going back to this campus, because we're not necessarily the ones that make these decisions. It's the community and how is it temperate in the community? Yeah, drawing new people into the community, I think is the idea there of bringing them in, but how do the people that are feel about that? We can't push that to the side, so we keep reaching and bringing more in. And so we got to be able to provide to them that information to say, this is the plan, and we're growing like this, or we have this opportunity, or you will see this happening, and something to bring that back to them. Now we could say, well, they've got the website, or they've got these huge legal documents that we have as a comprehensive plan, which is nice and very thorough, but it's not the book you would read at night. Some people would, but it's a legal document, basically. So something that's more, here's what's happening, and we're communicating that to our constituents, and then we're also like, to balance that. So, and then at that time, yeah, you're gonna find that more acceptance to growth, and we're not gonna get that kind of complaints or feedback. There's not a huge amount of people in the community that are raising kids with us and bring more.
So you're willing to lose a business in order to slow the growth, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that right now, you should multitask. We should be able to have that concept, be able to satisfy the needs of the constituents, as well as looking at how we can grow in a responsible way. We don't have a business knocking on the door right now necessarily, because when we're talking about impact fees or some of these smaller businesses, we can rely on the big businesses or even central down to a couple few. But really, if we're opening the door, it's going to be a little bit multifaceted.
So going back to Brendan's question, he's wondering, why would we put the skids on a development that is building something that we don't have really very little here, and that is higher end homes? To meet those engineers, those people who are wanting to work here in the industry, they want to work close to their job, but we're not willing to build homes for them. What do you say to that?
Well, I want to intervene just for a second, because this has really been a one-way conversation. Mostly you and I, you've got a lot going on. And I just want to make sure everybody, including you, Glenn, I know you're over there, as a facilitator, my job is to make sure everybody has a chance. I just want to slow it down a little bit and make sure we're all in the conversation.
I'll just make one point. I thought we did approve the Bucko project for 65. But I think we're still building, we're still growing, or we're still having we don't build a home, we're developers, but there is that growth. I think still happening. But I don't think there's gonna stop.
So is there a tension here, or what am I hearing? No, is there a, or what if anything is striking you from what we've been talking about, or anything naturally, any conclusions from this conversation?
I personally think that those higher end homes are going to be necessary in the future to bring in some of these people to work the jobs that we're looking to have in the future. And also to give some of the, some people come in, they've got starter homes, or they're living in the apartments, and they want, they've built and they want to move forward, and they want to go purchase one of those homes. They move on, somebody else moves into their spot. It's all of that kind of circle of life type process. And being landlocked, that really is.
So is that the issue? Because is there any question about whether the city should have some of these higher end homes? But it's like we agree that they should, but we don't know where to put them.
Which one? I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. Was there
It was the annexation that did not go through up part of Eden Road. That's really the only way to go.
If you're going to do
That was
more
my first day
expanded.
on the council, right? Yeah. So on that, I don't think it would be responsible to vote on something without full intent. So maybe abstain or vote for it, but from my heart, what I saw and reading through it, hearing that's where that came from. But yeah, that was in a shutdown, whatever happened.
So that's a system boundary, right? I mean, yeah. So this whole question of the annexation is like the current landlocked, that didn't come up in our system conversation as much, but it sounds like that is a reality on the ground. It's a current boundary.
On the ground, I think that creates some of the hard point when we're talking about development right now. That everybody's seeing is these apartments going up in these high densities, because that's really all that's available. And so, and a lot of this stuff was approved prior to us ever being appointed. This stuff was put in place way before we were here. So we are hearing the results of somebody, a property owner, putting into action what they may have set up 20 years ago, right? But we're living it.
I think it's important too to know, and John can actually speak to this, and that has to do with the zoning that we have. So we do have a comprehensive plan, and we do have, we're working with GMA, we've got a plan for the GMA, and there is laid out zones just for that reason. So it's not like apartments are, they shouldn't really be a surprise because we actually have zoning for that. Isn't that right, John? We've actually planned for that. And you're right, that would be the place long before we were here. But, it's not, I guess it's just, it's not really known. It's not like thought hasn't gone into it. I think it's important to know that there was a lot of thought and planning when we did this one. That's laid out. I don't know if you want to say anything about that, John.
And to go back to, I can only again speak for myself as far as the thought process on not approving the rezoning from industrial to residential. For me, is the fact that we have very little commercial light industrial properties in the city. And if we're not very careful, we could become a low income bedroom community with no industry to support it. If we don't have those opportunities, when and should they come up, then we really put ourselves in a hole 20 years from now.
Yeah, so diverse housing is one of the things that kind of came up there. It wasn't like it was everybody said it, but is that partly what we're talking about too? You planned for some apartments and that's happening. And there's the conversation to be had about whether other more diverse housing needs to be accommodated, and if so, how, but it comes with another trade-off, which is you lose some potential like industrial properties and commercial properties. So that's one of these are tricky conversations. But it doesn't sound like there's I'm not hearing any like this real values level disagreement on this council about some of these issues. It's just now what was maybe, I don't know if this was stuff that was below the water line before or not, but now it's above the water line. It's there. It's part of your conversation. I don't know if we need to spend any more time on it, or are there any other topics like this that could use to be discussed briefly?
I think for me, that information is not provided was very helpful. I think that was a great takeaway and a very simple, very much. And that information definitely impacts us.
Well, let's pivot then to this. Do people want to take a 5-minute break or just keep going? We're back over here to our backcasting model here. Success, the emerging goals, even though we have not really formally voted on a tight set of goals. That gives you a sense of your emphasis or your priority at this moment anyway. And then you've got what you had back there as well, where they align or don't. And again, the idea of the way we want to think about success is, instead of just trying to make incremental improvements over what's not great, we want to think about what's going to be great, and that's what we want to work toward continually every day as we do our work. So now we have a pretty good sense of baseline current reality. What we want to do is start brainstorming things that will move you towards success. And when I use the term brainstorming, I use it just as it's defined. If you look at in the dictionary or Wikipedia, it's like no holes barred. It doesn't matter if it's a good suggestion or a bad suggestion. Nobody's idea is bad. We're just trying to get many ideas on the table as possible. And some of those will be like things you can do tomorrow. Some things will take some investment or time. And then eventually there'll have to be some prioritization. We'll get to that. We won't worry about that today. So I think what we want to do for the rest of the time is start talking about, so it could be strategies, it could just be actions, it could be investments, anything that falls into that general rubric of stuff. Make sense? So again, I want to break you into small groups. And I think the more the merrier in this discussion, the more input. So I would ask the council, what do you think about having the staff's input on this conversation as well? Anybody disagree with having their input on the conversation? Okay. So in that case, I'd like to get you together into groups of 3, and you're just having a conversation. And one person or more would be the note taker. try to capture it, just to generate as many ideas as you can. And then when we're done, we'll kind of look at them and we'll start seeing which ones kind of relate to which goals or goal areas. Sound good?
Yeah, some two things that came up to my mind is furthering education. Some of the places I've lived, they were partnering with local colleges to offer every process in town, whether it be something as simple as a horticulture teacher who would do a garden class for anybody in the community. Things like that should be done free of charge, but it's
I hate to interrupt your great discussions. Mistake here. That's not a big mistake. So what I'd like you to do is capture each, every independent idea on a separate sticky note. And I'll explain that why later. And if you would, at the very top of every one, if it corresponds to you think you want to one of those gold categories up there, write that at the top. That sounds good. Anybody need to there was all that makes sense later. So I think
I think that's important, right?
From the city, maybe really get that. Parks and Recreation. Over us.
Maybe getting people bringing some things and yeah. Yeah, we do. Yeah, your idea that maybe you probably
That is my strategy. I feel like the website. The leverage more touchscreen and interactive. I think it's always a deal where it's also It's cool if you're talking to somebody for a skate park or a business or Wall Street Golf. Website. You're really like that.
Makes them feel that it's more trusting.
That's why we're doing secretary in the package. Oh, you're good. Yeah, and you didn't get paid. Well, let's see if you kind of create that interactive website. That's cool. Then you can.
So that actually has to do with the post. Yeah. What I think is you have.
Oh, you know.
Part of having those big businesses come in, hire houses for their other, or having building businesses that have affordable housing for the. And that's like, this corridor, and if we can find what they need here, we'll stop here, they won't sell it. You know, if we have grocery stores here, that's their stuff, then, yeah, maybe they're not gonna keep going. I noticed that, I go to the Rite Aid right down here, and that place is the same busy.
I got it right here, hold on.
So we have that. That's what it's in there. Should we see what categories it No, definitely. There's so many people that pass through here. That's why I'm gonna keep saying we need this really good story. Everyone has to go past us, or to us or past us. If we don't have service.
So. I kind of look at it as, it's like a roller coaster. Well, what do you people are gonna want to build right now? Well, let's just sort of want to build it. And then, it's gonna go down, and a couple of them are gonna get shut down, those are gonna happen. And a couple of them are gonna sell off real cheap, it's gonna take a long time to build it. You'll have that entrance to a neighborhood that goes somewhere in 5 years. Or at least if you want to start to roll along so that when the house starts coming back, it takes time. It's almost like that. It sounds better.
You try to like explain that to a constituent, yeah.
Well, it's funny, I don't really about now. Neighborhood that's at, for a very long time. And I didn't.
Okay, about 10 more minutes for what we're doing, about 10 more minutes. All right. Well, looks like people are pretty close to ready to do this next thing here. Yeah. Okay, so you notice I got these arrows here. And I've only got 4 of them in the room here, but these suggest, can I cover this? If I cover this, is it gonna ruin everything?
I don't think so.
So before we do any kind of report out, what I was looking at here is now, if you think about it, this is a timeline for anything business related on your sticky notes, right? And this is somewhere, this is today, this is somewhere in the future. So there's going to be some ordering of things, and something happens before something else. So anything that happens, like it's an independent kind of action, but you know, this one happens before this. We need to do this before we get to this. That's kind of how to think about this line. But then there's also a vertical way to think about it vertically. It says, okay, this is also a stack of things that belong very much together. And we need to do those in some order as well. But this general cluster of things comes before this cluster of things. So what I'm suggesting is that the first thing we do is everybody that has anything that's business related with a B on it or a business, they just bring them over here and just stick them up here. Just leave them. And then I'll make this, I sure made that big, didn't I? Bigger than it needs to be. Finance related, and then what are the categories? Safety, we call this one safety. And I didn't make enough of these to get to all of them, but let's get to, maybe we can build another one, but let's just start with these 4. What will be the next one? Community, what's it called? Housing or community input? Okay, we're gonna call this community input. So right now we're not getting to housing yet. Let's just, so we can make a whole separate time. I'll break this one in 2. So just take your sticky notes and just stick them up above the timeline for now. And just leave them there. It's my favorite fast prioritization exercise. That's what I know. Where did I say this? We're getting housing. That one's, oh, I think that's community input. So let's just hold the recreation for now. Stick them where you want to stick them.
Well, there.
There's a little space here. We'll stick them here. I'll create a new timeline here. This will be recreation. is all gonna make sense.
Also, community engagement.
That's community engagement, yeah. Sorry, on the far left, is community engagement. I want to write it on the wood there. Obviously, just getting them up there, there's no ordering to any of these yet. All right. Recreation, yeah, this is rec. Parks, anything like recreation related. No, we're not sticking. All right, so this is now, as you're doing this, you're gonna break it into small groups. I don't care which one we are, but probably 3 people per one of these. Let's just start with, let's start with these. How many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have enough people. So let's start with these first 4 and do 3 people per. I didn't get my math. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll work. And maybe there's 2 that can work on safety. So let's do it that way. And it doesn't matter who you are, but go over there. Your job is to take these and order them as per my instructions. And they'll kind of make sense as you go, I think. And as you go, have some sticky notes with you because you'll start thinking about other things. So let's say this one says sustainable revenue strategy. Okay, so we're gonna have a sustainable revenue strategy. Like roughly speaking, if this is today, I don't know, maybe it's end of the year or something like that, 2 years. You're not gonna have that until you do 1 or 2 things before that. So, does that make sense? In order to create a revenue strategy, we need to do what? So you're trying to build this out, and it begins to be a little bit more of an action plan and a timeline simultaneously. Does that make sense, generally speaking? Okay, so I would say self-organize and bring yourselves to whatever spot you feel compelled to, but if you see yourselves with 4 or 5 people in a group, someone or 2 is gonna have to cleave themselves off and go to another group. And then when we're done with that, we'll do some reporting out, and someone else might say, hey, what about this? We need to do that as well.
I don't want to show up.
Don't let the tape fall.
I finished early.
Yeah, that one snipped.
These 2 are more.
I'm not sure what this is.
I feel like that's something that this. Like if you did those 2, then you'd have like.
So right now, well, we're already done.
Right. I think you can start doing that. Water rodeo.
This one might roll, if you're looking at it all based on this. You know, these are specific factors. I think that would make sense.
Are you seeing any other sub steps that you might add to this or preliminary steps? I got a pen right here.
Some of the stuff.
Right, and that's where some of the stacking. In order to get to this, you just first. I gave an example. Say, strategy.
Well, they're each individual branches.
It sounds to me like.
So we would reach out to each individual.
Would be kind of either developing or establishing new partnerships. Do these things.
I feel like the YC one is specific on anything that is like a specific action. It's like a sub action. There's one specific one.
Ultimately, a lot of it.
So. When I was in Anchorage, we used to have the municipality kind of install the volleyball courts, or volleyball courts, basketball, softball, all that stuff. So it was really hard to check all the time and gyms and everything like that. So we should those groups form their own. Raise money from stuff like that. So I don't know if there's some models where, I mean, if you're not.
What do you think? Do you want to help me out?
No. Kind of volleyball for years and same thing. It's like they're just competing for time at this elementary school.
You're gonna have a chance.
Oh, really?
I can have 5 hits. Tell you something about it. Okay, just another couple of minutes and then we're gonna do the next thing.
So. Yeah, it would be easy to do these They could be, ways to encourage development.
Here, while these others are still working a little bit on their walls, why don't we, let's either come stand close over here or one here really hard and move the heavy chairs over here, so we're kind of close to the board. Either way. And with the, starting with housing here and the 3 or 4 people working on that. With that, we have about 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes to this. So the opportunity is for you to give a very brief overview on what we're seeing here, and then see if other people have 1 or 2 things they want to sort of like add to that list. Let's just do them fairly quickly, efficiently, and then we want to be able to sort of have some closing and next steps. So, yeah.
Okay, so what we saw were some action ideas, some concepts, some, planning ideas. So what we arranged it into is the thought process of how you get from what you're thinking about to an action item. So first, you have a housing discussion. So that was one of the things we grabbed. Like, okay, first we have a housing discussion. What do we discuss? So we found some things A and B here. Better communication for planning and growth. Consider neighbor communities and planning for growth. So these are some of the things that might come up during that discussion period that will then feed the thoughts of what comes next, which would be your housing goals. So from that discussion, you start to develop goals and then strategies and an action plan. And then ultimately out of that action plan, you get something like increased residential impact. So it's something that's put up here. So we thought, okay, so that's something that comes out of this longer process that then we can identify is a actionable item. And we don't have any other actionable items here, looking at our action plan. We have like 10 pages of actionable items that we may or may not be able to implement, and without any support from money.
And so that up front here is some dialogue and actually gathering input from the public and what it wants to see. Is that right? Right. Yeah. Okay. Anything that's missing there, or any questions about this one? We add more granularity to it. Needs to not. With that, let's move to finance.
Flowed a lot nicer, right? No. So we were looking at, obviously, funding only critical services and cutting waste. I think that goes along the lines of the budget as we get ready to do the budget, but looking at areas where we can shave or areas that we might be able to put into other areas for better investment opportunities. More community outreach, I think, is really important no matter what, but selling the programs and the budget we have by reaching out to them ahead of time or having more resources either online or pamphlets, or hopefully an interactive thing that would allow them to get involved with the visual data on the cost. Better forecasting and planning, of course, making sure that it's hard. You're looking at the wind, you can always look at hindsight and see that stream and point everything you should have done. But when you're looking in the future, it should be flat. So there's no way to really know that. So you could have anticipated COVID, you can't anticipate a business leaving or business coming, things like that. So you could hopefully look at the past and generate. The seasonal helper from the COVID funds, that could be an idea. As you're pointing out, it might not be sustainable, but at least you can recruit talent or at least interview talent in a positive way by putting them applicable to the job. And then seeing, hey, how can we figure this out now later that we want to keep that person? So that could be helpful in that way. Sustainable revenue strategy is coming up with a way to, obviously develop a strategy that's going to continue to bring that funds and stick to that or be able to kind of modify it, but have something to move that forward. And then the fire department to provide some sort of specialized training that only they do in the state of Washington or maybe in region 9 if we're in region 9, kind of like that, which is Idaho, Utah, things like that. Bring them together and say, hey, we're going to have this specialized force and try to recruit them when they're here. Also brings revenue to the fire department if they have that specialized training. It's an official cost for training if that's even possible, but something that they can do. I think you guys already do training in the county too. So, but it's not statewide or regional wide. That could be something that builds up. Account for retention and incentive factors. So maybe a rainy day fund account for retaining officers, retaining firefighters, incentives to hire them on, incentives to get new engineers, recruitment ideas there. So, and then is the firefighter eligible for a levy? Maybe possibly idea of reaching in for more funds in the community, and that's something that would have to happen. So these ones restructuring is desired. We weren't sure on the restructuring of the finance department, the firefighter department, if it was the whole budget plan or what it was, but restructuring something that's needed to reorder. So be flexible. And then
fire fees by demand. I guess you gotta have your video down, you have a fire and be ready.
It's a new legislation or reference being done to some other other entities where I believe it's your fire taxes or fees are set by demand or hazard. So for the residential structure may only pay X, but a Costco or a high hazard industrial or nursing home, which is a higher demand on the services, has a different fee structure. Not sure how it works or if this would be applicable to here, but me and the mayor have been looking into it.
So sub action would be investigate that. We're learning on that.
I guess, yeah.
So, yeah, and by the way, before we go to the next one, thank you very much. You know, this isn't the last time you'll be able to generate. Hopefully, you just continue to do this for a while. And I had something else really to say, so I won't. And then, who's the group that was working on this one?
I think I was the group.
Yes.
Strategic planning, economic development, obviously you want to start out with your map, figure out where you're going to go from there. Improving street design. I also added lobbying the county to expand Cliff Road. If people can't get in and out of the city, industry especially, then they're not going to come here. Business development, reducing impact and hookup fees for new businesses. If we can lower those costs for them, then it might encourage them to come to our area. Obviously, the city needs to cover the expenses for each impact fee, but if we can become a little more creative in some of those fields, we can do that. Eliminating impact fees on existing buildings. You know, if it's already there and we can bring down the cost by taking that out, because that impact fee was paid when it was built, probably paid a couple times since then. But we're not adding anything new to the area. So why not let a new business come into there with a lower cost for filling an existing building? Makes it so the city looks forward and encourages other businesses to want to come here. Market the city to bring in new businesses. You know, if people don't know we're here, then they're not going to want to come here. So if we can start marketing ourselves a little bit differently or in other fields, areas like technology that we want to expand into, we got to get them to know the name Sedro-Woolley so that they think about coming here. Encourage new commercial space. So they're saying much of the existing is worn out. So maybe in part, this might be encouraging people who are willing to spend money to buy old properties that are no longer useful and repurposing them, tearing out the old building, getting rid of contamination, and building a warehouse or something that would be useful to a new industry to come into the area. Places that we want to see the expansion. Promoting those new businesses. Obviously, we want them to keep their doors open once they get here. So helping them find ways to get their name out and continue to generate more income for the city. More special events, promoting tourism and drawing in arts community. Maybe put together an art concession for council. So doing that will just help generate more business in general, because when people come in from the cities and surrounding areas to these events, and they're inevitably going to spend money, whether it be in a restaurant, stores, and alcoholics overall. So we'll also put a closer partnership with the port of UMass. Realistically, I guess I probably should put this down here because it's going to help us with the whole thing. And they said finding someone to turn Northern State into a hotel. I think there were plans for Northern State, but this it might be open to new possibilities.
Yeah, go ahead and move that if it makes sense to do so. Thank you very much. And recreation.
So recreation, we had a few. One of the initial ones was expand on annual events to draw customers. We thought that's something, you know, we have the events already with on the rodeo, blast from the past. That's something we could do early on to increase the recreation. So we just added, you know, log rodeos, one of our biggest ones. Maybe we could do more as a council to help expand on that event. These were all kind of really similar. There was partnerships to provide services, more partnerships with nonprofits, and partner with the YMCA to provide recreational activities. We thought that was a really specific one of these other two. And then we thought if we had, I think we had something similar to like the park advisory group, or that we used to have it. So we thought maybe if we, you know, hand this over to the park advisory group to kind of manage partnerships within the city for the parks, that they could provide some direction and guidance. Great.
Don't need you, Dan.
Oh, okay.
I know this stuff.
Default.
I had a question about it. So basically for safety, the first one we had was to create a neighborhood watch in partnership with police. And second was sustainable staffing. And all of those will help us to improve safety, including lighting downtown. And crime prevention by design, that was the one I wasn't sure what, is that a specific concept in policing or?
Yeah, I submitted that actually. That's in the design process for building review. There's actual classes that folks can go to in law enforcement to actually help design buildings and ways to prevent crime from happening.
So that one probably, yeah, I guess that goes in tandem with this one, I think, with improving lighting. And then community-oriented policing as a result.
And then would you want to be mind reading the one input on the community input?
Go for it, Charlie.
Rethink community engagement in city process.
Always a good thing to do. So thank you. Let's come back into our chairs. That's just for the last minutes here. 3:40, 2:45. 3:15. Even close. So, more work could happen on it, should happen on all of these, and this doesn't get you to full prioritization, but it begins to sort of flesh out timing and order. There's obviously more that needs to happen on this. At any point, y'all could just, maybe you would be a point of contact or just submit. Like, I just came up with this great idea, it falls under housing. It's an action, strategy, or investment thing we should do, and just capture it so we have it captured for future use. But so two things I think that feel like they need to happen next is a further iteration on the goals. And I can talk to Charlie about a process for how we can sort of help evolve that. So you get to a point where you end up with a concise set of really clear, compelling goals. And then I would encourage you, once you have that, to sort of like try to convene again, or maybe there's some other way you can do this. And this is also, there's possibilities for you to gather input from staff. Or even community if you want, depending on how you want to do this, on more strategies or actions. If you think about it as the pure brainstorm, where all ideas are good for now until you decide they're not, then the next step would be a prioritization process. And I have some recommendations on how to sort of prioritize them on a large list of strategies and actions to move toward your goals. So these are some next steps that Charlie and I will talk about. Is there anything else, Charlie, you want to represent there? Or?
This has been fantastic. I just want to thank everybody for spending the time to do this and just help us organize for for the future. This is all going to help us as we go through this time period we're going through. Make sure that we are aligning all the resources towards the things that matter the most. Continue to do that. Thank you.
And then Mayor, do you have any closing words? And then at the end,
I think that this was absolutely fantastic. It was great to hear everybody's input and kind of discover, I think we discovered that more alike than unalike. I think that's what happened here in this process. And thank you very much for coming in and leading us through this. And I too want to thank everybody for taking time out of your busy day. I already said that, but away from your families, away from your work, to come in here and do this. I think it's really important. I think it's important work that we do. It shouldn't be minimized. And taking the time to really do this is only going to help us be a more powerful council.
so before we go, I'd love to hear, just everybody in the room one at a time, just like just a few words, very brief words about like what stood out for you from this day. Like, what if anything really stood out as positive or that struck you about the time we spent today? And then that will be our closeout. So anybody want to start, and then maybe you could then nominate the next person. Does that sound?
I'll start. I thought it was interesting to see how
common our goals really seem to be, and we have different routes for getting there, but it seems like we all kind of have the same thing for the community. So I was impressed by that and happy to see it. I think that communication is really an important thing for us to go forward and just keep the open dialogue, talk about the things that we don't agree on, especially so that we can move forward with it and find good ways that we can help the city.
Who'd like to pass it on?
I'll pass it on to you.
Oh, yeah, I learned a lot, actually. It was pretty awesome to hear other people's views. We haven't had a chance to create a dialogue or an area for everybody to just chime in without feeling like it's a council meeting that's set on an agenda. So it was a little nice to see some free flow and ideas generated and see how other people's minds were thought. So I very much appreciate it. It happens. There was, I like getting the takeaway with the information packets. Those were good. I think that it was important for weighing out discussion or weighing out views in future sessions.
Two packets. I think what I'm thankful for, number one, we're all set. Basic goal. The city's the first real. Taking that away. Nothing is easy, but I think proper planning. Are we doing staff or just?
Right there.
To you.
Oh, geez. It was a good day. And I really do appreciate the staff and their packet, all the work they put into that. It was so great. And I don't know, I'm just gonna be a hard road, but hopefully we'll be able to come together. Sooner with it.
I had fun today, but I heard everybody's reports as well as feedback. I thought it was really interesting how a lot of us had the same kind of vision and mindset of what we need to focus on. And I think it's helpful to brainstorm on action items. So thank you for coming.
Ditto. I already said a little bit of a piece here, but it's just super helpful to staff and to be in my position as well to know what's important. And have some clarity on that. And talking to Paul has been very great. Excited about the next steps now and try to really refine these things so we can be as clear as possible and prioritize. It's just going to help us going forward. I really appreciate the teamwork with everybody in the room as well, and particularly staff and council working together. Council really appreciate your openness to that. I thought and found that that level of collaboration really helps, not just in the school setting, but going forward as well. And we're all trying to work together to solve some tough challenges. All right. Almost on vacation. Yeah, not quite. 4 days.
I think it's kind of interesting to watch all the different mindsets and thought processes and watching the lights come on as far as the needs of the city. And sometimes I think a lot of us look at it and say, we don't want to lose our small town feel. We don't want to lose what we had 15, 20 years ago, but realizing the cost of the things that we want, like public safety, fire, police, parks, those things that our kids are begging for, our families are begging for. It takes some of that change, and change is not easy. It's no matter what you do or want, you got to go through change and do it respectfully and do it as a team and collaboration, working together and realizing that things aren't free. And whether we do levies or increases or some different ways, it's going to cost. And how do we do that together and be on the same page? It's going to be a tough road. I'm glad you're in your shoes.
First, thanks everybody for listening to my 10 hours worth of data crammed into 10 minutes. I really do appreciate giving questions. I'm pretty passionate about this stuff. I put a lot of effort into getting that information for you. There's still so much more that I just couldn't put in a 10-minute presentation. So I'm happy to talk to you about it anytime. I kind of what I'm taking from today is, we started our conversation today with the term community. I don't know if that set the tone for the day, or if that's just the mindset that everybody in the room already is carrying with them. Like, we're here to talk about our community. We're here to talk about how to improve our community and how to keep the things that our community is great about our community intact. And, that's not lost on staff. We recognize your passions, and we're here to do what the council wants to do and create a better community.
I really like the open dialogue that you guys had, and it seemed like at first maybe it was two sides of that, but I like that everybody seems like they're not stuck in a decision and open to suggestions and open to get to that common goal. That's what I like. Who's that? Here.
No, so.
Do you want me to go be first? Okay. Well, the big takeaway for me today was realizing that most of these items that we came up with they hinge on really good communication. So it helps me in IT to know that I'm going to need to focus really hard on how to give you the tools to communicate more effectively with constituents. So.
That's really good. And communicating with one another. And I agree with Charlie. I think we've got some really interesting times that are coming up. But I think that this is really a great time to be able to learn to shape the city. What we lay out here over the next couple of years is going to impact the city for a decade or more. And so that's a very powerful thing and a very responsible thing that we need to be mindful of. So I am excited. I agree. We are a very diverse group. So we bring everything, we all have something to bring to the table. And I appreciate the fact that everybody was open to what others had to share. So I thought that says something about being respectful, and I think it goes to the integrity of the group. Thank you.
Well, my hat's off to you. You have my respect. This is kind of what community is, having people involved in a civic way, showing up on the role. So it seems like a great way to end a week. And it looks like it's semi-sunny out there, so hope we enjoy the weekend, everybody.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Richard.
Welcome to sit in.
All right, you too.